power. No, thank you so much for also listening right away and taking a seat. As we getting started, the last shuffles, the last seats are grabbed. So yes, welcome everybody to this final high-level event of the Interreg Europe project called ACSELL, Accelerating SME Innovative Capacities with the Living Lab Approach. And I'm so happy that we're here. We had a little adrenaline rush at the beginning of the weekend with the strike. So that was really quite, like I said, the adrenaline rush, but it's good to see that everybody was able to make it and have all 8 regions, or 7 regions actually, represented here at this final conference, the culmination of this project, where we want to share with you, all of the learnings, the experiences, the insights that we were able to gather over the course of this project. And so, yeah, very much looking forward to be able to do that with you. And as usual, I want to start with the challenges. And challenges not only because, we had a few challenges in the course of the project, and not only the challenges that the health and care sector has that we're all familiar with, but challenges as such, which are just super important to keep in mind. And they're just a super important driver for change and for innovation, I think. So challenges, always start with the challenges and then go into the innovative or the innovation process. But I think at this crowd, I don't need to go into the challenges that the health and care sector has. And also, of course, the Corona crisis has put a real magnifying glass on the challenges. But I think in general, we're all agreed that there needs to be so much more collaboration across the sectors. There needs to be so much more parallel systems that need to be merged. There needs to be so much more interaction between private and public entities to be able to work together more effectively. And we believe that, this is something that the different stakeholders need to be involved. It needs to be a major paradigm shift from closed to open innovation ecosystems, right? So these are the assumptions that we started with. We believe that open innovation ecosystems provide the optimal conditions for creating value. Another assumption that we have is that problem-oriented culture, demand-driven innovation, and outcome-based approaches not only help to create relevant and sustainable solutions, but also, of course, are an important driver for innovation. So this is something that we started off with. Exactly, I want to make sure that I don't skip anything. And so, with this, the Living Lab approach is something that we felt is the perfect instrument to be able to enhance this collaboration, to enhance the inclusion of the diversity of stakeholders that need to be integrated. And you wonder, what is, or you probably ask yourself, maybe not, maybe half of the crowd that joined us is asking, well, what is Living Lab approach? What is it? And it's a super important question to ask, because it's a term that, of course, like innovation, maybe, everybody who uses it with a different definition in mind. And so it's really key to be able to have a common understanding of what are living labs, what is that. And so we used the European Network of Living Labs definition, which states that living labs are defined as user-centered, open innovation ecosystems based on a systematic user co-creation approach, integrating research and innovation processes in real-life communities. So it really doesn't help, of course, that living labs as such have a diversity of settings and formats that can be used. You have a co-creation workshop somewhere, 2 big cities that function as a space and as a space for collecting data and implementing some kind of a solution. So you have this broad range, right? And also the living lab, the term itself, suggests a lab-like infrastructure, but really at the forefront, or the main feature of living lab approach, is the testing in real life environments in the homes and whatnot. So it can cause a lot of communication problems, when talking about living labs. So so this has hopefully helped a little bit to bring what we want to do and what, within the project we wanted to put forward. And, for this innovation process and as I said, the health and care sector being a very complex ecosystem as such, it's super important to include a diversity of stakeholders and not only the end users that are potentially using the solutions, but it's also important to have adequate policy, adequate infrastructure, adequate frameworks. So the policy decision makers need to understand what they can provide to be able to enable tested and validated solutions to make it on the market, to make it successfully on the market. So we were thinking, how can we do that? And it seemed as though Interreg Europe is a perfect instrument for that, because Interreg Europe program as such is funded by the ERDF and the European Regional and Development Fund, and the primary aim is to enhance European cohesion, to improve regional policies through the exchange of experiences and also mutual learning. And so how do you do that? Within the project, we identify good practices which should then be transferred to other regions and adapted in the form of an action plan. And this is what we did. So that's that. The partnership, of course, I want to introduce to you, because I'm very proud to have a super stellar partnership, which also has a diversity of different perspectives integrated. And I'm going to be starting with, partner 1, partner 2, partner 3, very formally. So there's no order of preference or anything like that. But anyway, the University of Tuebingen is the lead partner in this project, and the Lebensphasenhaus there was the primary entity, and the Lebensphasenhaus is an innovation infrastructure on the topic of independent living and aging in place. So it really, in essence, forms the base of a living lab and living lab activities. And for us, it was important to exchange with other regions and also living labs, of course, to learn from them. We're very happy. Partner 2 is the Flanders Agency for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and they are the executive of the Flemish government, dealing with innovation and entrepreneurship. And of all the partners, they have the most established living lab culture as such. So we're really quite lucky to have them and their perspective on how to provide optimal framework conditions for living labs, because they have a number of operational and very successful living labs in the Flanders region. So that was that. We have the largest province in Romania with us, with the Timis County Council. And what's special about them is that they have a really nice, in Timișoara is the most important IT hub in Western Romania. And they have a really well-established research and development infrastructure, and innovation, of course, is part of their strategy in the region. And what was special about Timișoara as well is that I was able to attend a couple of hackathons there. They have the largest hackathon in southeastern Europe, with 500 to 600 people attending each year. And that was for me then also an inspiration to bring that format, that innovative format, into the project in the form of a polython. So the intent was to hack policy. That was the inspiration that we got from Timișoara. And then fourth, we're super happy to have the region of North Denmark with us. They have, in the form of the ID Kliniken, and ID Kliniken is a link between the University of Aalborg and industry. And so they really provide a wonderful framework for research, experimentation, innovation, and also commercialization. And years ago, as the IT sector collapsed, or ICT, I should say, not the IT, but the ICT sector collapsed in the region. They focused on health and care, so that was part of their innovation strategy, and that was also the perfect seedbed, really, for project activities. So we're really glad to have been able to benefit from that. The fifth partner is Central European Initiative. They come from the region of Friuli Venezia Giulia. They have an agreement with the region to drive smart health and care innovation in the region. So it was really also, the timing was perfect, because at the time, as we were, this project was forming, living labs became a really important part of their strategy on how to develop and further the innovation there. So that was really also just a perfect timing to come for this project to come in to their region and further develop that concept. Then the sixth partner is NHS Scotland, National Health Service in Scotland, and with them we really have been able to have a partner that is at the forefront of digitalization in care and health, or health and care. And so that was also really wonderful to have that experience come into the project. Also, of course, with the Digital Health and Care Institute, the DHI, which really helped to promote digitalization in social and technological innovative solutions. So, yeah, that was really wonderful. And last, well, not last but not least, the last official partner is the multi-awarded Ljubljana Technology Park, who has a really very active startup and scale-up community, lots of fab labs, open labs, and also a very active open innovation ecosystem on health and care. So through them also we had that SME perspective kind of brought into the loop, which was really, really great. And now last but not least, we have our advisory partner. We're also super lucky to have them and very grateful. LiCalab, Living and Care Lab, which is an actual living lab that supports SMEs in their pursuits to test and validate their technologies or their solutions with users. So we really were able to learn a lot, and you'll hear more about it. And also am super grateful for Buhr to have supported us in the administrative aspect of the project. So that was also very, very important in these very difficult times. But before any more talk, I want to show you the video that introduces the project a little bit more.
Stakeholders in the European healthcare industry are all facing similar issues right now, like adequately integrating health and care and placing prevention and healthy aging at the top of the agenda. Aging societies and megatrends like digitalization both require and enable new ways of collaboration and solution development. And more than in other industries, it is important to create solutions for and with the actual end users to solve these real-life challenges. This is where open innovation, living labs, and ACSELL come into play. We use the European Network of Living Labs definition of living labs, which are user-centered, open innovation ecosystems based on a systematic user co-creation approach, integrating research and innovation processes in real-life communities and settings. ACSELL, which stands for Accelerating SME Innovative Capacities with the Living Lab Approach, is a project funded by the ERDF and Interreg Europe. And with this project, we're aiming to sensitize all parties to the benefits of the Living Lab approach, identify good practices in our partner regions for improving local innovation policies, increase innovation capacities and innovation performance, and actively promote trans-regional collaboration and learning. Part of our contribution will be to identify optimal framework conditions for SMEs in order to increase their overall drive towards social and technical innovation. It has been shown that SMEs profit from access to interprofessional networks, end users, and spaces for experimentation. Their time to market and inherent risk can also be reduced when they collaborate with neighboring regions and countries to transfer knowledge and technology related to the challenges they aim to improve. Our partners contributing to the project are the region of North Denmark, Ljubljana Technology Park, Flanders Innovation and Entrepreneurship Vlaio, the Scottish Government, Central European Initiative, Timis County Council, LiCalab, and the University of Tuebingen. Through this project, we would like to invite you to discover the added value of the Living Lab approach, engage in open innovation ecosystems, and intensify European cooperation and cohesion. Please reach out to us if you have any comments or questions.
So yes, that's it. Yeah, so to get back to the challenges that we had, I think you can imagine that the Corona crisis, I mean, I had to say it, I have to mention it. I'm sorry, but this is really quite detrimental to a project that's really based on the exchange of experience and getting out and regions meeting each other and exchanging with each other, you know, thinking outside of the box and whatnot. And it was just super, super difficult to translate that in an online format. We tried our best, but it was quite difficult. So we were thinking of other ways of trying to, you know, transfer the knowledge. And one of them was a podcast where we interviewed our partners and other stakeholders to, you know, also mention or talk about the benefits of innovation or Interreg Europe projects and the benefits of the Living Lab project or the Living Lab approach being applied to SMEs. So we're also quite proud to have, you know, developed 11 episodes with a diversity of topics that might be interesting and relevant to listen to. And so also here's a little snippet of
oh. Sorry. Okay, once again, sorry.
Hi, I'm Sandra, and I'm the project coordinator of ACSELL, a project funded by the Interreg Europe program and the ERDF, the European Regional Development Fund.
I'm Daniel. I'm head of the Steinbeis Transfer Center Social and Technological Innovation, and I'm the coordinator of ACSELL's Transfer Panel. And we are here to tell you about our brand new podcast, the ACSELL Cast.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a snippet of whatever. You can tell, you know, you can hear it was at the beginning still a little bit bumpy, so this was at the very beginning. But I think we got better as the time went along and got a little bit more also used to that way of communicating. So that was fun and I think still also very important and good just to, you know, find another way of being able to, you know, share the important message of, you know, applying the Living Lab approach, user-centered and demand-driven innovation. So we, you know, we had planned some really intricate matchmaking activities between the regions, and part of that was also very intricate way of selecting partners to match with each other. So this was the online self-assessment, the OSAT, something that will be introduced throughout the program in the next step or in the next point. And so, with this self-assessment, the regions were supposed to be matched, exchanged with each other, and discover and identify each other's good practices, and then brought back into the loop at the polython. A polython where everybody meets each other and gets to know about the other good practices that were identified in the exchange activities. And with the good practices, but also the challenges from the regions at the polython, the aim and the goal was to hack policy together. But like I said, unfortunately, that wasn't really, transferable as a format online. So another way where we wanted to also get knowledge transfer going amongst the partnership as well as through the pilot action. Pilot action is an opportunity in the Interreg Europe program to implement solutions, to get into implementing things. And so we took the advantage to get some more additional resources to be able to apply in living lab methodologies, like a co-creation workshop and a human factor study in a trans-regional implementation on a real SME use case. So there was a call for SMEs to apply to have these methodologies applied to their solution, and after they were chosen, we the regions who needed to be trained on how to do this were carrying out these methodologies. And so we're also super happy to have Joana Pinto here from Clynx, who is the SME that was able to enjoy the services and the methodologies. And we'll also provide a testimonial a little bit later on in the program, which is also wonderful, just to really have what we preach in a way, right? This user-centered approach, also really implement that by having a SME also experience the Living Lab methodology and say, okay, did it work? Did it not work? Why did I like it? Why did I not like it? Just to also provide a testimonial on that. So what you see here is the training material that we received from LiCalab, because they're the experts and they were training us on how to implement this methodology. This is a setup, as a demo on how to set up the experimentation setting for the Clynx or the Modify application. And you can see it's in the middle of the pandemic. People are wearing masks, but like I said, again, we tried to do our best with what we had. And so this is really also just a wonderful way, like I said, to experience it and learn by doing in the project. So that was a great opportunity. And I don't really have time to also show you maybe that, but I think from the setup you can see that they really put great effort in providing different perspectives here, on how the setup can be carried out, and also there's one screen of the laptop of what the test person sees on the laptop. So it was really well thought out, super instructions on how to carry this out. So it was really a great experience. And we'll also have some testimonials about that experience from the regions on how that worked. So the agenda today, I'm going to go through really quick. This is almost over, the welcome. After that, we'll have the presentation on the demand-driven innovation maturity model, OSAT, from Andrea Pavlickova from NHS Scotland. It'll be briefly introduced, and then we'll have some testimonials from the Friuli Venezia Giulia region. Gabriele Mengula is here to do that, and Flanders, Alain Tielemans was unable to come here and share his testimonial, but he did record it, so we'll be able to show that to you. And during that, after a coffee break, we'll have a panel discussion with ACSELL partners. Jeanette Hughes from DHI, NHS Scotland will be on that panel. Agneta Kardos from the Timis County Council, from the North Denmark region, Gorm Simonsen will be here, and Rebecca Jarovnik from the Ljubljana Technology Park will share their learnings and insights and good practices that was useful for them in the also formulation of the action plan. Daniel Buhr from the Steinbeis Transfer Center for Social and Technical Innovation will moderate the session, and we'll after that have a walk through the good practices you see over here. There's one featured good practice per region that we wanted to share with everybody, and yeah, we'll have a quick walkthrough, and anybody can ask any questions they have, of course. Then after lunch, we will have a review or an introduction presentation of the pilot action. As I said, Leen Broeckx from LiCalab will share from LiCalab's perspective the implementation of that, and Joana Pinto from Clynx will give a testimonial on how from her perspective, the Living Lab can help SMEs really improve their products. Yes, we will have, also we're very happy and lucky to have Corien Struijk here from the Department of Economy, Science and Innovation in Flanders to provide insights for successful innovative public procurement from Flanders based on a use case, which will be great. Etienne Rodzinka-Verhelle is here from Interreg Europe program to also show the state of the art of the Interreg Europe program and also a little bit of ACSELL maybe. And then after coffee, we'll have a panel discussion. How do living labs fit into the European innovation agenda? I think also an important discussion to be had. We'll see how, we probably won't have Evdokimos Konstantinidis, the former president of ENOL, with us. He's at a meeting in Barcelona and probably won't be able to join. We're happy to have Jan Mittendorf from Civis Alliance at the University of Tuebingen that also have open labs as an important feature of their activities. Gorm Simonsen is here to provide the more administrative perspective, and Joana Pinto, of course, as an SME, will also, I think, have an interesting take on that, on the European innovation agenda. And I do want to apologize, there are mistakes in there, the last names of people, Jan and Gorm, so sorry about that, it's my fault. But anyway, so so how to move on from here, we'll have a brief discussion on that, just to reflect on the day and how we can move forward and what are the benefits of the Living Lab approach. I think we'll probably learn a lot throughout the day and have a better perspective on that. But yes, again, welcome. Very happy everybody's here, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. And yeah, next I think Andrea is still setting up. Like I said, we'll have a technical play of the presentation from Alain Tielemans, but I think that should not be a problem. Oh, it doesn't? Okay. Okay. Okay, it'll be here. Yes, we'll have it. But we'll
apologies for that. Still dealing with the logistics. So I'll just. Okay, looks like it's there. Great. Good morning, everyone. So. I'm Andrea Pavlickova, and for the purpose of ACSELL project, I represent Scottish Government as one of the partners. and I have a pleasure to share with you our experience on the process of the maturity assessment and the way how we develop and implemented online self-assessment tool for demand-driven innovation model. So in my presentation, I'll briefly outline what was the rationale why we have actually introduced this maturity assessment, what's the model about, what was the process like, and then you will hear hopefully from two of my colleagues how it worked in practice and how it was implemented in real-life settings. So just starting with a bit of context and rationale, so you probably recall, some of you who were engaged in the project more actively, that in the project we experienced two phases, the phase one, which was interregional learning, and then phase two, which was implementation. And we introduced this maturity process, or how we referred shortly in the project, OSAT process, with the view that in order to make this knowledge sharing, action planning, potential sharing of good practices, twinning, and these kind of activities much more effective and tailored to the needs of the partners in the project, that we really need to understand the local context, the local conditions that enable the implementation and scale up of demand-driven innovation. We also need to try to understand better what are our strengths, weaknesses, so that we can link and learn from each other much more effectively. So that was the rationale why we introduced the process. And in order not to reinvent the wheel, as it's usually sometimes the case with the European funded projects, for the purpose of ACSELL, when we started to looking if there are any kind of like frameworks or tools that can help us to better understand these local conditions and, as I said, these local strengths and weaknesses, we have joined the forces with other EU funded project called Široko Exchange, which stands for Capacity Building Support for Integrated Care. So you may question that it's a completely different topic, but the idea was that we have got together to actually explore if there is any way that we can adapt and use the model which has been on the market for a number of years, which has been properly validated, tested, and implemented in over 70 countries and regions and organizations across Europe and beyond, even though the topic, as I was saying, was integrated care. This tool was really set up in a way that it assesses the readiness, the local maturity, or as I was saying, it helps you to understand these local conditions. However, we have not developed this tool in this Široko Exchange project as an objective measurement. So we were not trying to see if we are or evaluating the integrated care, if we are delivering it well or not. But we were trying to really assess how stakeholders involved in delivery of integrated care perceive the progress in maturity for integration. So what is their experience, what is their knowledge, and how they see the situation. So the first important element to remember both for these two and also for ACSELL is that it's been online self-assessment process rather than evaluation process. And as you can see, the tool is structured in 12 dimensions. So you have a mixture of kind of like strategic dimensions, such as governance, policy, funding, but also operational dimensions like process coordination, capacity building, or population approach. And I would like to highlight 3 success factors why this tool has been really kind of like well used in Europe and beyond. First of all, it was that users were involved from the beginning. So really this co-design of the tool, bottom-up approach to develop this tool to meet the user's needs was really critical here. The second element was its flexibility. As you know, we are all coming from different healthcare systems. We have different organization of our innovation ecosystems or wider integrated care ecosystem. So we really try to come with the process and the tool that can be adapted at different levels of either healthcare system or multidisciplinary teams or organizations. And the third important element was easy to use. And these were exactly the same principles that we were looking in the ACSELL project as well when we were looking to this tool for demand-driven innovation. So as I was saying, really the idea is to capture the maturity through the self-assessment. And the way how it's done is that each of these 12 dimensions that I showed on the previous slide is then further explained in terms of the objective. So what it is that you want to achieve along each of the dimension. And more importantly, this assessment scale, which ranges from 0 to 5. So you have 0 for the lowest maturity and 5 for the highest maturity. So if you go through all of the 12 dimensions, you will end up with this graphical visualization of your strengths and weaknesses. So really in a quite quick way, you can see which are the areas that you're really strong, but also more importantly, what are the areas that you need to prioritize for future improvement and action planning. And I think another important element to remember is that the tool doesn't capture only quantitative information. So it doesn't really matter if you assess 2, 3, 4, or 5. What really matters is that all stakeholders will also ask why is it that they are scoring a particular maturity level. So the tool has gathered a lot of qualitative information, which we then use, for the kind of like consensus building, dialogue building, and other meetings. So the way the tool has been designed was that it's a participatory tool. So it gives really the option to involve and engage with all stakeholders, either within your ecosystem, your organization, or as I was saying, interdisciplinary teams. It helps to visualize how different stakeholders are thinking, because we are all coming from different backgrounds, different disciplines, profiles, positions in the organization. So the tool really reveals how these different stakeholders are thinking. It helps you to understand where these stakeholders tend to agree. They have common views that, yes, we are doing great in this area, or actually they tend to disagree. And again, what is important is that it's not that quantifiable measurement, but why is it that this group is thinking so diverse in a particular dimension? And what is interesting then is that if you bring all these individual dimensions together and try to talk to your stakeholder, try to facilitate the dialogue, have some sort of discussion, why is it that you are thinking this way? So the tool at the end of the day facilitates the discussion, provides these frameworks for a discussion with the view that you need to reach the consensus. So at the end of the day, all these diverse stakeholders have to agree the final level of maturity. But again, what is important is that they have to justify why it's 2, 3, or 5. So this qualitative information really matters the most. Another interesting feature that we have seen over the years, since the tool has been on the market for a number of years, is that regions or organizations who have conducted these assessments on a number of occasions, they can compare and contrast how they evolve. So it helps you to understand how you evolve over time. Is there the dimension that I'm improving, or we are kind of like stuck in a particular dimension, or maybe where we are kind of like decreasing our level of maturity. So looking at all these kind of like perspectives that I shared with you through Široko Exchange project, we've taken all this learning and then we try to apply it to ACSELL and ACSELL project and development of the demand-driven innovation model. So we came together as a group and we started to pose a couple of questions. First of all, do we want to keep the purpose and objective of the tool? Are we keeping it as a self-assessment tool, or do we want to do some sort of evaluation? And we definitely agree that we saw the main added value, the fact that it was the assessment. So bringing these stakeholders together, engagement with stakeholders, having that dialogue, having that consensus at the end. We also agreed that actually the structure of the tool doesn't need to change, so we have still kept 12 dimensions as it was in the initial model, and we also kept those maturity assessment scales to be able to understand the differences in the maturity level. And also the principle of co-design and active involvement of end users, so us as a community throughout the whole development. So before we kind of like started using and deploying in the real-life settings with our local stakeholders, we have tested and went through numbers of iterations of the tools to make sure that it will really fit the needs of the users. The only changes we made in the adaptation process, which is probably very natural, was really just the changes in the objectives of the dimension, so moving from integrated care to innovation agenda, and obviously the assessment skills. But if you look at the version of the tool which was fully adapted, we actually end up only with 3 changes in the name of the dimension. So we went through digital infrastructure to innovation infrastructure, from population approach to demand-driven innovation, and from citizen empowerment to user involvement. So it was really a bit of proof for us that once you kind of like see these tools and frameworks working for a particular group of stakeholders, it doesn't really matter what's the focus of it. It's this process, it's this kind of like engagement agenda that really matters. So the whole kind of like adaptation process was really kind of like flexible to move the tool from the integration agenda to the innovation. So the tool is fully functional. Similarly as the tool for integrated care, it's an online self-assessment tool, so everyone who is interested to use the tool or test it is free to do so just by using the following link. And as I was saying, we are keeping the same principle of assessing the readiness and maturity of your ecosystems. So in terms of process, how we've implemented, I've used the graphics from our good practices that you heard from Sandra. But as I was saying, one of the key success factors of the tool was its flexibility. So I think this was really kind of like, it's always like a key starting point, that where do you actually start your assessment? So we are all different organizations within the project, so we all really had to solve, first of all, this question of what it is that we are assessing. What is the scope of the assessment? Is it national level, regional, local, or do we want to go for a particular organization, or, as I was saying, interdisciplinary teams? And this really then dictates how you run your process, because really it does matter who you involved in this process. So identification of stakeholders is a kind of like first important element. Who are those people who will be conducting the assessment? And again, we are not very prescriptive. I mean, usually, like when we have approaches about using and testing the tool, there are two usual questions. Who do we need to involve and how many stakeholders? But we actually always say that it does depend on your needs and your expectation and aspiration on what you want to achieve with the assessment process in your respective local context. So we always encourage that it is interdisciplinary team, that you bring people with different profiles, different position in the organization, disciplines, background, because it enriches the discussion. You have all these different perspectives and you see then all these different assessments, so it kind of like the discussion is then obviously richer if you have this diversity across the group. And the size doesn't really matter. Again, the more you have stakeholders, the more interesting process, the more data you collect. But in the ACSELL project, we range with the assessment that had around 8 to 10 stakeholders to almost 40 stakeholders in Scotland. And at the end of the day, it still brought that local added value regardless of the size of the team. The second element in this process is then the individual assessment. So I was saying at the beginning that the tool is participatory, so you really need to give the voice to every stakeholder that you invite in the process. So that's why they are invited to do the individual assessments first, to kind of like see how they perceive the situation. So they score, they provide a justification, and then usually there is kind of like a coordinator for this process who analyze this data and bring all this information for the consensus building. So the last step is the consensus building. And I was saying that it's a flexible process, so we have actually experienced that some people just prefer doing the individual assessments and look at the comparisons across particular disciplines or sectors, but some people go even further and have these consensus building meetings. And I think over those number of years that we are experiencing using this tool, both for the innovation and for the integrated care, is really the biggest added value is this consensus building, where you really have that structured discussion, which kind of like provides you with really very tailored knowledge exchange, because sometimes, surprisingly, even if you bring the same team that you've been working with for years, the number of information and the exchange which is on the day using this framework sometimes completely differs. And a lot of the time it's actually just due to a lack of communication across the team or across the organization. So it's really interesting to kind of like have a structured framework for a discussion. So in ACSELL, all 6 participating regions and countries have conducted this assessment. And as I was saying, it's a facilitative and participatory tool. So even though I haven't mentioned one element, that when we were doing all this assessment, they had to be conducted online due to COVID-19. So all this kind of consensus building, most of the cases were conducted online, which sometimes is more difficult than obviously when you have face-to-face these discussions. But still, we were able to engage almost 90 unique users, because these are unique assessments which are stored on our system. So I think just kind of like proved that there was this interest, this was this kind of like engagement which we were hoping for. And as I was saying, like the process is flexible in a way where you apply, but obviously, given the nature of our project, these assessment processes have been mostly implemented at the regional level, and you'll hear from that more about the kind of like implementation from 2 of my colleagues. And I just would like to conclude with some general lessons learned from what was our experience with this OSAT process in the ACSELL. So as I was saying, really the main purpose of the tool was that you better understand your local context and local conditions. And I really hope that colleagues from the project in the room agree that the tool really helped us to deliver on that. I mentioned a number of times in my presentation that this structured dialogue, structured conversation is really, it kind of like really helps you to bring these different visions, different inputs together. A lot of people were also saying that it gives you some support for creative and critical thinking. And I think what was really helpful for us in the ACSELL project internally is that we have taken all the outcomes from this maturity assessment and then translated in a really tailored training and coaching. So the outcomes of this assessment then inform us who was kind of like working with whom, as I was saying, to make that exchange of good practices much more tailored and much more effective. We also obviously understand that there is still a room for improvement. I think that regardless of what kind of concept you apply the model, if it's innovation or integration agenda, because we are such a diverse systems across Europe, some of the terms still feel, that they are very theoretical or they don't translate locally. So we really, one of our major lessons learned was that if you really want to engage your local stakeholders actively, you really need to not only translate the tool, but really adapt the terms, what it actually means, that demand-driven innovation in your local settings, because it means different things in different countries. So some of the terms are still complex, but I think that particularly the stakeholders who went through that consensus building exercise, they had the opportunity to talk about these terms, what does it mean, and then also shape their assessments accordingly, because there was this space to introduce what these terms meant for them. So, yeah, as I was saying, there is still a place for the improvement, but I would just maybe conclude by saying that it was a very inspiring journey and very enjoyable journey to really see how the tool that was applied before in a completely different area really worked very nicely also in the different settings. So without further ado, I would now invite my colleague Gabriela to give you the first testimonial on how it worked in the real-life settings. So Gabriela, over to you.
Hello everyone, just 1 second, I will find... Okay, so I am Gabriel from the Central European Initiative, as introduced before. And I am here because we supported the Friuli Venezia Giulia region in their attempt. Thank you. Okay, yeah, different operating system. So, so because we supported the Friuli Venezia Giulia region in their attempt to strengthen innovation and mostly active and healthy aging in the region. But what it is, the Friuli Venezia Giulia region, it's a beautiful, small region in Italy of around 8,000 kilometers squares, with a population of 152.7 people per kilometer square, and with a lot of municipalities and provinces, and with Trieste being the largest city concerning inhabitants. And though this is the first very important data, we do have, compared to the national average, a higher percentage of older people. So active and healthy aging has been, for us, a very important priority and a very important topic. So we can see this from the graphic on the right. So if we go further, we can see that the Friuli Venezia Giulia region is an autonomous region in Italy concerning the powers over the health policies and for organizing and managing actually the healthcare system. So this is that just means that we have higher autonomy from the national government in respect to the regions that are not autonomous regions. We do have a very broad and structured healthcare service providers that are divided into different districts, trying to really foster integrated and social care, health and social care to our health stakeholders. But given this small background context, we can now finally talk about the OSAT. So the first months of the project, we started gathering stakeholders for them to do the online evaluations that organically led to the consensus building workshop. Now, we really focused on trying to have the whole quadruple helix approach. So we wanted really government, academia, industry, and civil society stakeholders in the, just to have a very organic and complete representation of the self-assessment. So this is overall the number of participants, and we can see how many of them did the OSAT and their respective profiles. So we do have both universities, actually 2 universities. Then we have Aya Science Park, the research center, promoter, and manager of the Argo system. That was the good practice that we shared within the ACSELL consortium. Then we have some enterprises, end users, and so on and so forth. So 9 organizations carried out the OSATs, and then 12 organizations were present at the workshop. Unfortunately, it was an online workshop due to COVID, so we had to shorten a bit the overall time frame, but we think we managed to collect good results, as we will see from this slide. So now we are just talking about the OSAT, so not about the consensus workshop. This is the overall graphics divided by type of stakeholders. So for example, we can already see on the left that the 2 universities had somehow different opinions on the overall evaluation with similarities, but very lower ratings from one rather than the other. And the same thing can be said about enterprises and about the health managers, healthcare providers. This is very interesting within the framework of the OSAT being a, we will skip for a second, so being a very subjective tool, in the sense that it does encapsulate the opinions of single stakeholders that then, in my opinion, really need to reach a consensus through the workshop. At least what we we think is that, as mentioned before in the presentation before mine, the OSAT is somehow abstract and somehow difficult to understand concerning terminology, at least, mostly maybe because we are not native speakers in Italy, but we had some troubles putting together the definitions within the given domain. So actually the opinion of the stakeholders within the given domain. So we realized that the consensus workshop was really an organic way to bring forward and achieve complete and useful results, because even though this is just from the OSAS, we already had some information from the self-assessment of our stakeholders, such as that coordination and governance of innovations are really 2 priorities for the Friuli Venezia Giulia regions, that end users' involvement is very much needed to foster innovation that fully meets the needs of its target population. So things that might appear obvious to you, but at the same time are already telling something about us. So I'm not saying that the OSAT itself was not sufficient, but at the same time it is really thanks to the consensus building workshop that we managed to have a complex and a substantial amount of information for us to use then in subsequent steps of the ACSELL project. So just concerning results, funding was considered very important and very high. We get a green light there, while user empowerment was somehow low for the stakeholders involved. And again, as I said just a moment ago, there are some limitations concerning the tool for perhaps non-native speakers. So most respondents found difficulties in discerning the difference between scoring within a given domain. Similar comments were associated to very different scores, and some considerations overlap between multiple dimensions. So this was somehow a limit of the OSAT for us. I can show you some quotes just to corroborate this statement. So for example, one stakeholders, when talking about removal of inhibitors, just said, "I'm not informed about existing solutions for removal of inhibitors," giving it a 1. Sometimes we do have stakeholders talking about what they do, but do not really justify their opinion or their rating. So otherwise, we have very articulated, very bold, somehow kind of brutal answers, giving 1s, 0s, that do encapsulate actually the subjective experience of the stakeholder, but at the same time they really do need, at least in my opinion, a process to harmonize them and to reach a consensus. So here we are. The consensus building workshop that was held with more stakeholders actually than the one involved in the OSAT gave us this picture. So we can see that at the same time we do have a discrepancy in capacity building. Funding was considered even higher, received an even higher rating than what was agreed during the, what appeared from the OSAT results. So most things actually kind of remain within the range, statistical range. So, however, big changes, some swings, and at the same time, the opinions of the stakeholders really reached a point of harmony or consensus that was very useful for us. So even from this quite abstract tool, we do then have very concrete and very useful results. So what are these? Well, that a structured methodology and training should facilitate collaborations between the public and private sector. Evaluation methods and practices should be improved and included in the innovation processes. Communication channels need to be strengthened, and at the same time, there is better need to capitalize on results, transforming pilots into longer, more long-term ideas and projects. So this is just 4 of the main points that we managed to provide, but I do think that they were really useful for us, so we can then go to the strengths and weaknesses of our region. And we do really have, I used the word brutal before, but we do have a very concrete opinion from the stakeholders involved. So we do have a very, let's say, strong results. So for example, the low end users involvement and empowerment was really, I'm not going to say criticized, but was really considered a priority to work on, because the region is really interested in providing a service that meets the real needs of its target population. This is similar, if we go again on weaknesses, it's a similar correlated stance saying that experts and policymakers are somehow distant from end users. So again, thank you, ACSELL, for helping us to propose a process of end users engagement and end users involvement that really meets the need of our region, or at least of the stakeholders involved in our region, then process coordination could be improved, and lack of knowledge and awareness of the different target goals within the system is also somehow of concern for us. Again, this might seem critic, but really our priorities we need to work on to provide better services and better health for our stakeholders. At the same time, we do have very strong strengths that are, for example, diversified and effective resources, a very strong and useful strategic framework that defines priorities, and as you can see, they keeps changing them and keeps working on them to provide better methodologies, infrastructures, and services. Again, engaging a variety of different stakeholders within the innovation process, and there is also a high demand for open innovation, funding also being the main, probably the core strength of one of the core strengths of the region. So we do have a somehow black and white picture here. These results, of course, do represent subjective experience, subjective opinions, and even though they have been harmonized, maybe there could be the tendency of having really opinions that are somehow that can somehow be proved, I'm not going to say wrong, but they can be, the negative and positive opinions can be somehow lowered within time. Again, the OSAT is an instrument that helps monitoring the maturity and self-assessment of the region. So it's an instrument that needs to be used effectively every thought, I guess, to really understand if the results of the consensus building workshop really represent what the Friuli Venezia Giulia region needs, but at the same time, we do have a very complex and very long, as you can see, I'm not going to go through all that, a very long list of useful information and an evaluation that is quite useful for us and to encapsulate what the Friuli Venezia Giulia region represents and needs. I would stop here. I do have some lessons learned that have been generated thanks also to the OSAT. So maybe I'm going to go through the first slide of lessons learned because I think I'm running out of time. But what we do have here, again, within the core framework of active and healthy aging, that is probably the main priority of the region right now, at least from what appeared within the ACSELL project. We do have that the need to involve multiple sectors such as housing, health, and social care and community welfare is very important, especially when it comes to the ICT sector. And then again, we did discuss the fact that technology is not an issue per se. And as you can see, this is just to show the fact that the consensus building workshop and the process that it led afterwards did generate such an amount of information and such an amount of valuable, even lessons learned that, in my opinion, really helped us moving forward to what the Friuli Venezia Giulia region really needs. And I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. So now I will hopefully play the second testimonial, which we have recorded online. So just bear with me. It's this first one.
Yeah, the first one.
Hello, I'm Alain Tielemans from VLIO, Flanders Innovation and Entrepreneurship, partner in the ACSELL Interreg project for the region of Flanders in Belgium, And I'm going to give a small testimonial on the OSAT tool that we used in this project and that we think of continuing to use in the future. But let's first introduce ourselves. Let's first introduce Vlaio. Vlaio is a government agency, one of several government agencies that resort under the Flemish Ministry of Economics and Innovation. Vlaio supports enterprises in the broad sense, and we do that by stimulating growth and innovation, promoting entrepreneurship, supporting cluster work, creating stimulating environmental factors, and encouraging internationalization of business activities. Here are some numbers that give you an impression of the resources and the reach that we have in Flanders. I'll just give you a minute to look at it and then go to the next slide. In the previous presentations, you probably have heard everything about the ACSELL project, what its aims are. Now, why is Vlaio in this project? What's the policy instrument that Vlaio is targeting with the ACSELL project? Well, this is in our cluster work, where we think of better using living lab style activities and demand-driven innovation, supporting demand-driven innovation in health and care, and then especially for our cluster in the health tech sector. So in the course of this project, we, like all partners, did the OSAT exercise with a number of stakeholders, did a consensus workshop at the end, and came to this overall result, which helped us identify areas where we wanted to learn from partners or where we could share insights that we thought were valuable to other partners in the Interreg project. But at the same instance, we saw, and this was shared by the stakeholders as well, that this is a very powerful instrument to get a good view on where you stand in your region in terms of demand-driven innovation. And that's the exercise. The value of doing the exercise is more than coming to this outcome, the report, the explanations why you are where you are, or why different actors see sometimes a different level of maturity, is certain when you do it the first time, is even more valuable than this outcome, this quantitative result, this spider diagram. But as a policy input, as a policy a tool, this spider diagram alongside with the report could be used as a tool, not just to have one snapshot of where do we stand, but also a tool that helps monitor, helps visualize where you stand and how you evolve over time if you do actually policy changes in this area. So this is what we are identified in the project as very valuable, and we are thinking of using this tool, or at least implementing this tool in a broader impact and monitoring system for our policy instrument, because as a matter of fact, I mentioned earlier that we want to use it in our cluster policy, targeting our cluster on medtech, but during the course of the ACSELL project, the Flemish government actually decided to go one step further and to have an impulse program on innovation in health and care, which is a lot broader than just a cluster. And here you see a schematic overview of this impulse program. So it's a three-pillar thinking: a pillar on academic research, the most left one; a pillar on enterprise-driven research and development. And this is actually where your new tools, solution, products in the health tech sector would come from. And then a third pillar on the uptake and implementation of these new solutions, products and services in the health and care sector. This with an overarching coordinating body with a quadruple helix composition. Now, and I quickly drew this red funnel-like thing with an arrow on it. What typically happens and what you actually don't always want to see is a tech push or a research to tech and tech to implementation push, where we often see these valleys of death between research and enterprises, and then also between enterprises and implementation in health and care. So this is not the way to go. Ideally, what you want to see, and this is exactly what the ACSELL project is about, is a demand-driven research and innovation. So a feedback loop where you get demands, and I drew little and big arrows, from enterprises to academia, what they are looking for, and then the things flowing through the same from users, from care organizations, what they need, enterprises picking up that demand and trying to accommodate it, and then also the larger cycle from the very end to the beginning and back. So this demand-driven cycle is something that we really would like to see. And now that we have this impulse program and its structure, we really think that the ACSELL tool that we learn to know in the ACSELL project, the OSAT tool, that it can give us valuable input, insight, and a way to monitor where we stand on the level of the coordinating body of the entire impulse program, but also at the level of the governing bodies of the spearhead cluster MEDVIA, which is in the center of the enterprise-driven R&D, and of the governing body of the most right pillar on uptake, where also in this pillar we have some instruments where we can support this uptake. So the lowest level, the green boxes, are the different instruments that we have to support or to fund activities there, but especially in this most right block, there are still a number of tools that are instruments that are still to be decided or to be developed. As a matter of fact, later on in the program there will also be a presentation on our program on innovative procurement. This is also an instrument that fits or could fit into this building block. But it all needs to come together and to get a good idea also in the future when we do these things, when we define new instruments to follow up, does it deliver or do we need something else? We really believe that those are the areas where the OSAT can be and will be implemented. We already are starting on defining the tools, the overall tool to do the impact monitoring of the entire impulse program. So this was in a nutshell what we learned from the use of the OSAT tool in the ACSELL project and what we are planning to do with it in the future. I hope this was interesting for all of you, and again, sorry that I could not make it, and I hope you will have a very pleasant and informative continuation of the day. Bye.
So it worked at the end. So as we don't have Alan in the room, is there any question for myself or Gabriela on what you've heard, or maybe any other reflections from other regions who conducted the assessment, or any observations?
I suppose one question I have, and I have used it, so I really like it, is there's a lot of discussion with this group about demand-driven innovation, and one thing I see internationally is we can all see demand-driven innovation. Thank you. We can all see demand-driven innovation, but actually how do you prioritise demand?
when the healthcare sector's got so many demands associated with it. So I just wondered how your tool got down to that level of detail. You know, how did they demonstrate that they were good at demand-led innovation?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the way we've kind of like demonstrating that was that once you do the assessment and then when it comes to that, as I was saying, using the outcomes for that bilateral twinning and coaching, then that exchange is really kind of like through the good practices with the evidence on the ground. So that's where you can observe yourself that, you know, like how that demand is done. So it's really just that facilitation to get the understanding of it rather than the tool trying to kind of like, you know, solve that. Daniel?
Yeah, maybe I can add something out of the Baden-Württemberg perspective, because I think, so first of all, thanks to the colleagues from Scotland, NHS Scotland, for that wonderful tool. I think it helped a lot. Yes, on the one hand, as you said, it's just subjective data. So it's subjective, you know. But on the other hand, I think this is the strength of the whole tool, because especially in that combination with the consensus workshop, we had those really strong arguments and discussions about, you know, what is this a 3 or is this a 2 or a 4 or whatever. And so by reflecting about those scorings and numbers, you already start not just analyzing, but also, you know, push yourself into kind of, a solution already, you know, that you all agree, yeah, this is something that needs to be solved, or we need to do something about that. And that's, I think, something which is so important, because we all do fill in all those boxes and assessments and all that, but often it leaves there, you know. So you fill it in, and then someone else is analyzing it and writes a report. But here, the very same people that ticked the boxes and filled in the assessment came together and really discussing about it and coming into action. And I think this is of highest value. And so thank you again. And I think this is definitely a tool we should constantly use, also in a longitudinal way, always to check and reflect on those kind of processes. Yeah. So out of Baden-Württemberg, successful, I guess.
Yeah, but maybe if I can also add to that, because I know Andrea and Joana know that I'm a total fan of this tool as well. But what I thought was also just super important is the subjective dialogue, but also, you know, this, you know, the different questions help structure that very difficult, nonetheless, multi-stakeholder, you know, coming from the different perspectives, dialogue, you know, it provides a structure that could go in many different directions, but it really keeps you on track of, you know, these are the topics that we want to talk about, and it provides for the now, but also a vision, right? This is where we want to go, and also I think that's super important to say, okay, this is where we are. At a 2, we agreed on that. It was a difficult path to get here, but we're at a 2, but where do we want to go now? Okay, you know, next step 3, 4, 5, and that's all, you know, more or less also described. Where should this, in an optimal world, where should this go and where can this go? So it's just a wonderful tool also for this, you know, mission-oriented, you know, get everybody on the same page type of dialogue that's so necessary, so everybody also knows their role, who they are, where they are, and what kind of contribution they can make in this ecosystem. So yeah, anyway, so I think it's a really great tool.
Thank you, Sandra.
Sorry, just I suppose one more kind of question. I think it's a brilliant tool, and I was part of the group, as I said, for Scotland. I just wonder, we were talking with some of your testimonials, it was at a regional level. So I'm just wondering, like, for example, Scotland's got a population of 5.5 million. Is there a kind of overlying, this is how ready Scotland are? Or does it, you know, what level do you actually sit at to best use it for policy and strategy influence, etc.? I know that you've been working with it for a long time, Andrea, so I'm just interested in your
Yeah, I think that for the purpose of the project, we classify Scotland as a region. But if you look at our stakeholder group, we had a mixture of regional players and national players. And I think one of the kind of conclusion from the group was also this discussion, you know, what's next? Because obviously, as we're saying, it's a subjective measurement. So it's almost like a snapshot of, you know, kind of observations or perceptions of that group in the given time. But again, like you can still at least use this as a basic to, you know, go for further discussions, validation of those outcomes, and because that's what we kind of like see as well. That particularly for the integrated care use, where we have, you know, much broader experience, that's what people are doing. That they do it at the kind of like level of the particular teams, but then bring those outcomes for a discussion that goes further. So it's kind of like a matter of how we would organize it. But it was just for this purpose of the project. But as I was saying, we had a mixture of, like in our group, like the government, but also regional players, let's say this way. But yeah, I mean, I think we can have a further reflections on how to scale it up. Anyone else? Okay, not so I think we can. Yeah, we saved 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe we have to tell the people in the stream that we start at 11 o'clock again. So half an hour break. We get some coffee. The people at home get some coffee as well. And then we meet each other here at 11 o'clock, right? Okay. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
And to Gabriele. And actually, we could move on with our next session. And the next session is, yeah, what is it about? It's about learning, I guess. And maybe learning is not too bad for a university environment, especially. So, as you might notice, this belongs to the University of Tübingen. It's one of the oldest premises and buildings in the town. So, 500 years ago, people tried to learn in here. I don't know if it was impact and effect or whatever, but at least they were here, sticking in the room and tried to learn. And so this is what we are doing today, what we have done over the course of the project. It was about learning, and maybe the next hour or so, I would like to take you with us to this journey and first of all, learn from each other when it comes down to those good practices, and on the other hand, also reflect about learning. What did we learn and how did we learn and how do we learn to learn? Maybe not to be too abstract and complicated, but that's what we call, I think, reflexive learning. And this is something we don't reflect a lot about. It's just happening, and that's a good part of the story. It's happening, and so this is what we're going to do. And yeah, by the way, my name is Daniel Buhr. I'm together with Udo, I don't know, I don't see him. Yeah, there, outside. We founded some years ago this Steinbeis Transfer Center for Social and Technological Innovation. And I'm happy to be the host here. And my role in the project was I tried to coordinate a little bit the transfer panel. That was the instrument we used in order to make sure that all those wonderful ideas make it to other regions, from one region to many other regions, from one person to many others, and try to coordinate that attempt. And so Interreg Europe, as Sandra already mentioned, is about learning, of course, about exchanging ideas and knowledge, and one important practice of doing this is to exchange good practices. So according to the glossary of Interreg Europe, Etienne, I quote, a good practice is an initiative related to regional development policy which has been proved to be successful. Proved successful is where the good practice has already provided tangible and measurable results in achieving a specific objective. So, during our ACSELL journey, as I mentioned earlier, we discovered many good practices in every region, tons of them. And yeah, we started in northern Denmark. We went to Ljubljana, from Timis to Flanders, from Friuli Venezia Giulia, all the way here to Baden-Württemberg, and we all were inspired by a lot of good practices, a lot of good ideas with tangible results. And Sandra already mentioned it, pandemic. So, but even with pandemic, we were able to meet and greet and see each other in person. So some of those good practices were demonstrated to us in person. That was nice. Others, we had to use other instruments, as Sandra mentioned earlier. So first of all, we had our online communication platform, the Wall of Good Practices, with all those sketches and movies. Also, our ACSELL cast was an instrument where we tried to learn from other good practices. That was important. And of course, we were able to meet the actual good practice holders, so people out of those organizations that were able to set up this good practice and to live the good practice. And I'm very happy and pleased and grateful that some of them made it to Tübingen. Others choose an ambassador to serve as someone telling about the good practice in another region. But I'm happy to have you here and to discuss with another 4 wonderful people here what did we learn over the course of the project and the last 4 years. And I start with Agneta Kardos from Timis, and I would like to ask her right on the stage. Pick a chair you would like to. Good to have you here. So Agneta is from Timis County Council, wherever you feel comfortable. Yeah, excellent. So, and then we've got Rebecca Sverotnik from Ljubljana Technology Park. I hope I pronounce it almost right. And Janet Hughes is with us from the Digital Health and Care Innovation Centre Scotland. And Gorm Simonsen, from the region of northern Denmark, and he's responsible there, if I got it right, for health and hospital innovation, right? Okay, good to have you all here. And there should be some mics at least. Yeah, okay. And we share. Since we are the ACSELL family, we share the mic. Even the second one. This is outrageous. And maybe, we start with you, Agneta. How about that? And maybe we can have a little chat about, about the learning. So what did you learn? Start with an overall question.
No pressure at all. I'm starting. Okay. First of all, we learned a lot in a nutshell, and from all over Europe actually, because from each of our partners we learned something valuable, something we don't apply and we would like to, and we already start to apply some things. So yes, in the end, against all odds and pandemics and so on, we managed to learn a lot. So that's a good thing. Examples. Starting with the host, Baden-Württemberg, Tuebingen Research Center, for example, was something which impressed us deeply. It was one of the first learning experiences. We had the chance to participate in a twinning event between Baden-Württemberg and North Denmark. Yeah. Yes. Don't ask me date and year, I don't even remember anymore. I think 2019. It was an online event. At any case, we can check up the papers if you are really curious about that. Why Tuebingen Research Center? It was really, really nice to see how this research center uses various tools in involving every part of the quadruple helix in engaging with each other, and that's something we need also very, very much in our region. This involvement from side of everybody, and these various tools used by the research centers was quite interesting to see in action.
Maybe I can add something. So I've got my own.
So you are not sharing with us?
No. You share and I listen. This research center you are talking about is based in Tuebingen. 1 hour, half an hour, it depends on your driving. Let's say 45 minutes, if you follow the rules and orders, 45 minutes drive down the south to Tuebingen. It's a small village. Let's say, hopefully no one from Tuebingen is here, 20,000 people. And 19,000 are working in the medtech world, I would say. So it's the largest cluster by far in Germany regarding medtech, 280 companies, small and medium-sized companies. But also the larger ones. And I think what they did really well is that they connect to research facilities, like universities in the area, some you know, others you will know, so they've got a long tradition, and so they are really professional in doing that. Yeah. No, thanks.
So yes, that was really impressive for us. Then next very impressive learning experience was offered by Slovenia and their health days, because seeing them in action convinced us that specialization is really key in innovation. So you have to find that one bit of part in which you really can innovate and be best. In order not to spread your efforts, your resources, you really have to find something in which you excel. So thank you for that, Slovenia. That was something, again, really valuable we learned in Timis from you. Thank you for that. Something else we learned during the ACSELL project, for example, from Flanders, Vlejo, how to involve end users in the process, how to engage them, keep them engaged, and how very much they are important in the whole innovation process. So very not so a long time ago, researchers thought that they are paramount and they have to be the most important in researching, and without them everything stops, which is more or less quite true, but it's not enough. It's totally not enough, because they can research all day long as they like and whatever they like. But if they are lost in space and not connected to realities of life, they remain alone in their tower of research, and that's it. They research for themselves. They will be happy, they will be smart, and that's all. Yeah. So that was, yes, once again, a very valuable lesson on behalf of this partner, and something we could integrate in our own ecosystem. It was something we needed very much in Timis as well. So we were determined to have this takeaway from the project. And although it might seem like curious thing, but actually we learned from a good practice from ourselves as well, because one of our stakeholders, the regional development agency West, which is one of our key regional stakeholders within the project, had some experience in applying innovation vouchers for SMEs on another, in another context. I mean, that was a project financed for cross-border cooperation, so not Interreg. And so they had some experience in innovation vouchers. And that was a thing we decided at regional level that we will really need to have in order to increase innovation capacities of our SMEs. So we decided that we will apply the lessons learned during this innovation voucher experiment on their side, and we will take it from there and develop it further. So all these lessons learned I mentioned now are integrated in our action plan, and we are using them to implement the innovation voucher, the so-called ACSELL Academy. And why it is so important and so never heard and seen for us? From a very easy reason, we had to start everything from scratch, because we never, ever had in Timis this setup. I mean, quadruple helix, everybody involved, everybody on board, and this decided to pitch in and do their part on having an innovation voucher. And not only an voucher, let's say, for just for the sake of the voucher. It's not an amount of money. This innovation voucher means actually tailor-made services to the SMEs who applied and were admitted to the academy according to their needs. So that was never have been done in Timis, never has been done by public administration, which we are, Timis County Council. So we were never directly involved in innovation whatsoever, and never applied for SMEs anyway. So that was a first. We had to do it from scratch. And it's a very, very good result of ACSELL, because if the ACSELL project hadn't have been, we would have never have done that within the region. So
perfect. That's a perfect. Maybe take over. Yeah. No, but maybe we can reflect later on a little bit about about offsites and other. But no, thank you so much for your first impression, and maybe we go over to Gorm. Zack. And when I was young. And I started working as a researcher and scientist. I started with welfare studies, international comparative welfare studies. And if you start doing this out of a German perspective, we admire Scandinavia. So, the Scandinavian welfare states, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, out of the perspective of a conservative welfare state like Germany, everything runs perfectly, So how come did you learn anything from the rest of the world, from us during ACSELL, or are you just polite? No. Did you learn something?
I learned something, and I think all our stakeholders learned something. And I can say that with great persuasion, because many of them said that during the various meetings where they were present, they were all alerted to something that you did or your other guys did. And so we all learned something. But if I could sum up some of the major learnings across the project, it would be that we need a concerted ecosystem. Whereas we pride ourselves in North Denmark as a very small region, that everybody knows everybody and it's easy to come and get access to the directors, etc. But it's very much based on personal relations. So when the person sort of leaves the ecosystem, there's a hole left. And so we were very inspired, saying, okay, we need to concert that. We need to have some sort of plan for our ecosystem where people know their roles. Organization know their roles. And when one player leaves, everybody knows how, there's a hole and we need to get that fixed. And it could be just as simple as a letter of understanding saying this is our role in it and there's no money connected, but we accept that we take this role. For instance, we create an academia for living lab competences, and that would be enough. We know who has the stick, So that was one thing that we took with us. And then, of course, all the different kinds of how do you get to market? Because we have a welfare state and it's very solid and has a very long stretch. So we know that there are patients in all eternity. Our hospitals will never run out of patients because it's publicly funded. But this long-term machinery fits very badly with SMEs who are struggling to make it the budget cut in 6 months. So that's where we're looking at some of you other guys to say, okay, we need to have something installed to make that go. And the voucher is one thing, so we have some of it, but we could do that better. But also we need to stop coming from pilot project to pilot project to pilot project and actually be able to procure new solutions from the SMEs. And that's a thing that we realized here, and we do not have the solution yet. And we are still working on our policy instrument to highlight we should do something about that point. But those are the two main elements I think that the ACSELL brought into our...
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we can add to, so the three of you were partners in the projects, but we've got one stakeholder here as well, because Jeanette is not working with the NHS itself. You're with the Digital Health and Care Institute, so it's not a partner, but you're so welcome. No, but maybe you can add your perspective, being a stakeholder, and we met on various occasions. Yeah. So how was learning from you? What did you take, and why, what did inspire you or shock you or whatever? It's just some learning from you.
No, thank you, and delighted to be here, and you know, have been part of the ACSELL, I suppose, project from that stakeholder perspective. And I suppose one point for me, I was very energised when this project kind of came about, because I had worked in previous projects in smart cities. I was part of the European Network of Living Labs back in 2014, and there wasn't much talk about how living labs could affect health and care at that point. There was a lot of talk about smart cities, so this project coming at the time it did was really good for Digital Health and Care Innovation Centre in Scotland, because we were trying to, I suppose, refine our methodology, where we were trying to look at living lab models. And one thing I think from the learning that I got was the commonality across regions of trying to apply living lab methodology to the health and care market sector. One of the main aspects for me was around where does it all begin? And I think there's been a lot of discussion, and thanks to LiCalab for their learning that they shared about, you know, standing up a citizen panel. Even though Scotland and DHI have had arrangements and relationships with citizens, we never formalised it. And actually the learning that our partners in Flanders gave us that kind of process of how to formalise it, how to incentivise, how to structure it, and actually behind the scenes the resources that you require to engage. I suppose another kind of key learning for me was the commonality around communications and better communications for the kind of multi-stakeholders that we deal with living labs. We talk about the quadruple helix, which I think we all know who that contains, but they all desire and require different language to be adapted so that they understand why living labs are good for them, the value that they can get out of it, and actually the acceleration, I think, was a really key differentiator for this project, because, as you said, Gom, sometimes it just takes too long to innovate for health and care, especially because they're in crisis today and they need results yesterday. So how do you actually accelerate from R&D into commercialisation, which, again, looking around the posters in the room and speaking to the delegates that I've met through the past couple of years, that acceleration has never really been cracked, and I think that's something that ACSELL has certainly shared. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're definitely on the road to see how can you speed this process up, taking all the good learning from other regions. I suppose that the last point is about impact, and I know again there's been a lot of discussion about, well, how do you actually evidence that living labs are making an impact, and what does that impact mean for individual stakeholders? You know, as Gom said, for SMEs, impact is profit, growth, economic development. For health and care, impact is better services, doing more with less. And when we talk about the citizens, it's actually about accessibility and, again, delivering the services that they require. So I think that impact piece has been touched upon in most of the regions that I've presented as part of ACSELL. But again, I think there's probably more to be done there. a question that you asked, I think, at the beginning, and maybe you'll go into it, is like, how do we learn? And I think you guys have been really good at actually bringing learning to life. You know, so you do remember it and you do take it back, and certainly the citizen panel work is now being implemented in Scotland through a large DHI Living Lab project in the north. So we are actually seeing results from this project, ACSELL, right into Scotland, that's making a difference to our project delivery.
Excellent. Yeah, very happy to hear. Okay. And yeah, coming to Rebecca. And I remember, Rebecca, it's great that you are on the project. It's great that Ljubljana Technology Park is with us. But Rebecca, you weren't in the project team right from the beginning. And the first time I met Rebecca, it was poor you, I have to say, because she was confronted with a, let's say, technical term of thinking about an action plan. And you are all familiar with Interreg Europe and what is an action plan, but for her just coming into place, and she said, you know, she was overwhelmed, I guess, you know. I remember that very well. But maybe from what I've learned, listening to you and then over the years, maybe those good practices help you a little bit to structure that work. Is that right, or was it just me seeing it differently? Oh.
Sorry. Even though I come from the technology park, all technology is not understandable to me. But I joined in the middle, like for a four-year project. I joined in the last 2 years, and I came from the startup environment before. So I worked in 2 startups, and then joined the technology park, which at first was a shock for me as well. That everything takes so much time. Slowly. I remember when Gorm was explaining to me, no, don't be too ambitious, make steps after steps, and slowly it's gonna change. But before in startups, we had to jump forward, we had to make changes quickly to stay on the market. So yeah, that was a huge change for me. But it helps that I could take the experience I had from previous to actually see the benefits of a living lab, because I was in a healthcare startup where we would struggle to get the first patients to test our devices, to explain them what are the benefits and get feedback from them. So I must say my whole overall experience is that the ACSELL became it's not just a project, it's now also implemented in the tech park as a future focus, how to better work together with all different stakeholders. And what I learned from you was it's possible, definitely it's possible. So even collaboration between the healthcare professionals and industry, it's not something we can dream of, but it just needs time and slowly moving forward. And that a living lab is not a place, it's not a building. I know when I got the project into my hands, in the first draft of the action plan, it was stated that we have to build a room, a demo room, and so on. And I was really not up to looking for funds to build something in Ljubljana. I don't know, the prices are terrible, really high. And I didn't even understand how I'm gonna manage that with my team. But later on, I learned from you, all of you that already have established living labs, that's a system of people. So what I need is not a building, it's not a room. I need people who are willing to collaborate, who are willing to listen to each other. And even though if they don't have the knowledge of living labs, I can be there as an ambassador to slowly teach them, and then the group expands, and slowly, hopefully, we can make a real huge policy change. But for now, we're making smaller steps, just with picking up some ambassadors who are going, instead of me, to the healthcare professionals in Slovenia, explaining them there is a possibility that they themselves can influence the innovation management, the building of new innovation and technology, because right now they only feel that they are pushed here, you've got a new software, just use it, it's good for you. But with our approach, they are empowered, they are being part of the innovation phases, and it's opening a lot of doors for us to start building it. So these two learnings were in the majorities, and the third that it takes time. So I had to cut down the action plan quite a lot. So I know what I'm going to do in the next 5-7 years, but not in 1 year.
No, but that's wonderful. I think two very important learnings. I mean, small steps can make a difference and can generate impact. And you have to be patient, right? I mean, it's not about this huge policy change that seems like an abstract thing. It's small steps, and everybody can make a difference. I think that's the signature of hope somewhere. Maybe we can reflect in the next minutes a little bit about the learnings. And we now were pretty optimistic and very positive, but maybe we can put a little bit light on the lowlights as well. Maybe, so what did we thought in the beginning would be a great way to learn, and we didn't make it, or other things that didn't work so well out of your perspective? I think it's open mic, so who would like to start? So what was really hard, or what didn't work so well, or what could be improved? Many questions, I know.
What was really hard? Finding the right partners, finding the right persons, and pandemic didn't help either. So being a project that focuses on health especially, and all our partners, we started our project and we sought to do the project, we are really, really deeply involved in all pandemic-related issues. And at the very beginning, the last thing they wanted to hear about was ACSELL project or ACSELL meetings or whatever ACSELL related. And it was excruciating because time went by. ACSELL is a European financed project with a definite timeline and activities to be implemented and so on and so forth. You all know that. So that was a huge challenge. And actually, on the way, we didn't get to the end of the road with the people we started the road. So during the whole process, we changed several times stakeholders even, yes, as organization, peoples definitely. Some of our stakeholders as organization remained on board, but we definitely changed peoples at least 2 or 3 times during the project. So that was the huge and the most stressing challenge for us. Then, as I mentioned, maybe you heard it, maybe not, we have to build from scratch everything, so that was no pressure at all. So for everyone who knows to build something from scratch, it's like an easy peasy walk in the park. And but in the end, we managed to find the right persons. We managed in the end to catch up on the time that went by without any real progress, and that pushed us on the brink of exasperation at one point. So we even managed to get positive results, even unexpected results we didn't even dreamed about or hoped about. And some of our stakeholders are with us here within the room, and you are able to listen them directly about their how this project positively impacted on them. So, yes.
Nice.
Thank you.
I think Corm, yeah, you wanted to add something?
You just prompted, yeah, it's on, yeah, right. The problem of learning when people change, and I have to also mention Corona, because when we want to learn about what makes good practice somewhere else, it's not just a piece of paper, as you said, it's experiential, and there's a lot of tacit knowledge there that goes from person to person, so it's actually very important to come and visit other people, to see, that's what you talk about, that's how you make it work. And so I think that at the start of the ACSELL, or at least when we hit Corona, it was very hard, because you could have that mural with good practices, but it's just words on paper, and you need to feel that. And I think that I haven't been to all the events recently, but I feel that there's a lot of energy in the room amongst the partners, because now you see, this is who you are, and this is what you do, and that is very important for me when we provide learning experiences. And if we could have continue it a bit further, we could take our stakeholders and make a tour and actually learn something from being on site.
Yeah.
That would be very valuable.
No, that's good. That's a good point with the tacit knowledge. Yeah, how to share tacit knowledge in a digitized world where you just meet virtually, right? So that's hard to codify and etc. Yeah, Jeanette.
I think for me, it's relationships and connections that are built. So, you know, bringing everybody together is the starting point, and then trying to understand, build that trust between relationships in the group. And maybe it's not even about just sharing the good practices, but it's also about sharing the challenges that we still have and what we do next after ACSELL, because there is relationships and connections that have been built up from this project that hopefully will go on to do more joint working and more transferability of innovation and best practice. So for me, it's a positive even getting to this point and actually making sure, but I suppose the most important point is the what next. You know, what do we do with the learning, and how do we maybe keep the momentum, even though the ACSELL framework and project might be coming to a close.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Yeah, I would point out that for us it was very different to look at the policy change aspect. So the Technology Park of Ljubljana is usually working with the industry partners, and we are just executioners of some kind of policies behind, but we didn't really work on how to better them up, how to improve them, and so on. So yeah, the policy change was a huge light there that I had to focus on. And it really helped us that through the project, we started to have open discussions with the different actors in on the policy level at home, but also with your partners, which helped me understand them much better and to see to improve the steps that we were writing in the action plan and how we're going to change it. Because at some point we realized we don't need new medtech vouchers, because we will just make a lot of new paperwork that we will have to fill out and then get that number of 10 startups per year. It will be a lot of pressure, and we will lose what the most important part, the impact part. So we will look at the KPIs, we will look at the paperwork, but we won't really focus on the impact. So we started to discuss with the actors in Slovenia what's already existing that we can adapt to the healthcare part, so that we don't need a new voucher. We can use the one for prototyping, but also use it for healthcare. We can use the partners from the University of Maribor, who already have a demo room for simulations in healthcare. We don't need a new one. We can use there. So we are now looking for all these existing elements in our ecosystem and just focus on the communication, maybe in this part, to pinpoint it to all the stakeholders, that they also find it, that they understand what they can do. So it might not be a huge
policy change on a paper, and that a new framework has been designed, but the existing ones have been adapted and pinpointed, maybe in a focus, cleared out, maybe. Yeah. So an SME has a clear pathway how to get their innovation to the stakeholders, improving, and then later on.
Yeah, very good. Maybe we can open it for questions, comments about learning. So maybe I jump into the crowd, stage diving. And maybe other people would like to comment on learnings from ACSELL, but maybe also with all the experience with the pandemic and, international collaboration, trans-regional learnings, etc. Any comments, questions? Feel free. Yeah, sure. Great. Hi.
So my name is Marius. I'm one of the stakeholders that Agi was mentioning. So I'm representing the West Development Regional Agency. We are part of the project as a stakeholder, but we are also a managing authority for a regional fund. We have for the next programming period 1.2 billion euros to spend in a very small region. It's not Interreg funds, it's ERDF funds, but somehow, this is what I want to say, that they interconnect. We will actually launch some regional calls for on innovation vouchers, but also on, we want to create at the regional level 4 centers for creativity and innovation. We want to have them as open labs. We want to put them we want to have them as part of a living lab together with the University of West University in Timișoara. So basically part of the some policy elements from the project ACSELL will enter future calls. We will design, we will put some elements in our future calls, and we will finance some regional institutions and also we have a scheme of innovation vouchers we plan to give to the regional SMEs, somewhere between 5,000 and 15,000 euro. And someone said at some point that it's very important, I think, Agi, it's very important to connect the smart specialization with innovation. This is what we do. We have 6 smart specialization domains, and we will finance only SMEs from the 6 smart specialization domains throughout the innovation voucher scheme. So part of the learning is going to be actually used in practice and is going to deliver impact.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to say, because I know always after an Interreg project there is always a discussion how to actually highlight impact, how to deliver impact, and also how to ensure sustainability of the policy instruments that you debated and created during the project. So this is what we will do in the West region of Romania.
Thank you so much. And obviously, it's not just trans-regional learning then, but also transsectoral, you know, and we all know whenever a policy enters a new policy field, that's causing a mess usually, because a lot of coordination work has to be done in order to streamline it again. And so that's a very important learning, I guess. And yeah, you want to add what?
Yeah, I suppose just to echo being a stakeholder in this project, we were awarded not billions but millions from the UK government. And I'm not saying it's in the back of the ACSELL project, but it was in 2021. We obviously had some learnings coming through from ACSELL, and that was to set up 5 living labs in the north of Scotland. So you can see the kind of impact and the learning that went into maybe the proposal that I wrote that established some of the living lab work, and actually feeding in, you know, from the networks and the conversations that I had around this room. So it's these kind of softer impacts that you often miss because nobody's asking you to report on it. And I suppose that's the legacy, isn't it? And that's how you actually drive the project forward and the learning forward.
Actually, listening to you now in the room, some unexpected result or event happening in Romania. You talked about transversal learning, but you have to know that just before coming to Tuebingen, I assisted to a public consultation on policy changing at national level on innovation. So vertically, it's also moving on and things are evolving, which is really good. And it's not directly connected to ACSELL project as such, but all our key regional stakeholders are part of this debate. So I think through our key regional stakeholders, they will put in the learnings within these discussions and debates at national level. And that makes me really happy that we are not an island in a Western region, so we will have a framework at national level as well. That comes always to help us at regional level, whatever we are doing. So, bye.
Yeah, great. Yeah, okay, no, sorry, please, yeah.
Just one last, you prompted just before we came here, and last week we had a big conference in Aalborg trying to set up a health tech hotspot there. And actually some of our stakeholders wrote down the key words that we need to build our initiative on, and it was living labs, it was trust, it was partnerships, and patience. But that comes from there, yeah.
Excellent. So thank you so much for sharing your learnings with us. But of course, the session is not over yet, since you read the agenda. Lunch is at 12:15, on point, you know, because that's holy. But before we grab something to eat, I would ask you all to move up and let's walk a little bit through the wall of GPs. Lucky us, we asked someone to sketch at least one good practice of every region that participated in the project. And I would like to ask you just to come all maybe over here to the wall, and we could start a little bit to learn from each other, to get a presentation. Just a quick short presentation of a GP holder or someone from the region that is willing to share the good practices with us. Maybe we can structure it along two questions. So what is the problem addressed and the context which triggered the introduction of the good practice? So what was the problem about, more or less, you know? So what are you trying to solve with your good practice? And the second question would be, where I would like to ask you for your answer then, please explain why you consider this practice, or some aspects of this practice, as being potentially interesting for other regions to learn from. So the learning is the second one. And I don't know, are there any volunteers that would like to start? We've got Sistema Argo here from Friuli Venezia Giulia. We've got Health Day from Ljubljana, this Scirocco exchange, and the maturity model that you've learned already from. Then we've got Baden-Württemberg with the State Competence Center, Romania, Tech Impulse. See, excellent. Then we've got Flanders Health Tech, and that should be Northern Denmark, right here, Living Lab in a General Practice, yeah. So, does anybody want to start? Volunteers? It's like in school, right? Yeah, Rebecca, I knew it. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, we need a mic. Open mic, open here. Excellent, thanks. No, because maybe some people are still streaming. If we didn't shy them away, so.
So very brief
yeah, just 1-2 minutes, whatever. Just quill, and then of course you are all allowed, and please use it to ask questions, and of course then we can discuss, exchange in smaller groups later on as well, as we then move on to the lunch break. Okay? So sorry, Rebecca, please.
So HealthDay.si is a community. It was established in 2014 by the Technology Park on the demand of our companies. So the companies in Slovenia focusing on healthcare wanted to have a place where they can get together, they can discuss the problems the health tech companies are facing, and they didn't want to they didn't need an actor that will influence policy. They really just wanted to have a community of them to come together to discuss their own problems on regulation, on technology aspect and so on. And we started first with a yearly conference, and later on we grew up. So from a yearly conference where the community came together and exchanged their own practices, we grew up with getting invitations from foreign guests from around Europe and also from the global aspect. And we built a startup support program. It was a yearly program with workshops, with specialized mentoring sessions and so on, just for startups focusing on healthcare. So it was really a demand from the bottom up, from the SMEs and startups, because they were there on the market. They didn't know who else is there sharing the same problems they are facing, and they didn't find enough support and information in the general innovation communities. They really wanted to have a healthcare-focused community. So yeah, this is one of our GPs. It's now a bit it's changing due to some changes in in Slovenia. We are now having a digital innovation hub that we established in 2019, and it's, I would say, the next step from the community that's established in those years.
Yeah, no, great, and it's a wonderful network that is really very active. I had the chance to meet several actors out of that network over the years, and it's good to see that you such a vibrant environment there that helps. Any learnings? So, because yeah, obviously those stuff does not evolve.
Yeah, so the main problem was resources.
Okay, yeah.
And I would say we fixed that with the establishing of a digital innovation hub, because through that we got funding now for at least 3 years, but it looks like it's gonna last for several years, and it gives us, it gave us a structure. Because just a community, nobody really understood what does a community mean? Like, you just get together, drink some coffee, or is there something more? But the Digital Innovation Hub is a word now being recognized across Europe, and we have those 4 elements that we're focusing on, and it's so the testing environment, the community management, the support to find finances, and the skills and trainings. And it helps us to expand and to, gives us structure, something to hold on to. So this is definitely something that we've learned and made it better. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yeah. Some more learnings to share. You are all shy or polite or I don't know what. So, okay, then I have to be impolite and maybe I share some learnings from Baden-Württemberg and the good practice I would like to share with you is the State Competence Center. And the idea behind is conservative welfare state Germany, a lot of players, it's a mess, it's chaotic, not so many stimulus, I would say, to be innovative, especially in the health and care domain. And we do have large organizations in the health and care domain, large corporations and large care organizations, but we also have a whole bunch of small and medium-sized care organizations, and they struggle. They struggle with innovation. Often they are innovative, but they don't know that they are, because every day there are 5 people doing the care work, and they struggle, and they do this and that, and they struggle with all kind of capabilities. And of course, digitization is a huge thing there. You know, they have to invest in technology. That's the one thing, and in our system, that's also again pretty hard. Who pays for what? Etc. So And when it comes to training and qualification in our system, actually nobody is responsible, you know? So in the education system, yes, but when it stops there with a continuous qualification and to be innovative as an organization, no one in our healthcare system is responsible for. And this is why the state government came up with the idea of a state competence center that tries to empower, first of all, the organizations to be innovative, to try to use and adapt new ideas, technologies, digitization, etc., but also to empower the staff, so the professional health staff, using new ideas, innovation, technology, etc. And we do this just with a start small, another learning, you know. So we started with a very small team of 2 people in the beginning for the whole state of Baden-Württemberg, 11 million people living here in the state. But now we have some more people, and we've got different divisions. So one, of course, is consulting, to try to consult and take the organization to this transformation process. Another one is a very important one is education. So we try to come up with training courses, with modules that we then can give over to large organizations, small organizations, to schools, to universities, and together with them, we've got some of them here, we develop course programs for continuous learnings. And of course, another important way another work we do is the networking part. It's so important, especially in those larger states. It's so important, but it's really hard to bring everybody on the table, right? And to try to connect people and organizations and learnings and etc. So this is what we do. We are funded by the state, and we do it really in strong collaboration together with the ministry, and that's very important because this is what we also learned. It's important also to Interreg Europe that you have the managing authority with you, you know, because often it makes a difference. If we invite from the state competence center, sometimes it helps if the minister also says it would be important for you to participate here and there. Yeah, that's about us, and I'm happy to share more learnings from our state competence center, and some colleagues are also here in the room, and I'm happy to discuss. And I know that there are some organizations in Europe that do similar things, and when we ask ourselves how to move on from here, I think it's important that those organizations stay somehow in contact over the end of that project, I guess. Some more questions, or yeah, please, Tech Impulse, or was it a question for me? Yeah.
I hear a lot about digitalization. Do you also think about the green transition and circularity? It's a big challenge in your sector.
Absolutely, but as you know, with the budget, so the budget is dedicated especially so because the parliament has to say yes. So our budget is dedicated to digitization, digital transformation. No. So this is what we are asked to do. So of course you are also allowed to think about other things, but the focus right now is definitely just on this digital transformation. Yeah, but as you said, it's not stopping there. So it's going beyond, definitely beyond those borders. But when it comes to sectors and budgets, etc., and where this money comes from, the state parliament asks us to do this in the first row.
Yeah,
Tech Impulse?
I have to speak, yes, because Agi said that Mario should speak, so I have to, I cannot let down our project partner. So, as I said, we are a regional development agency. We have probably around 200 employees, and what's very important is that in the past 2 years, the management of cohesion funds in Romania. They moved from national level to regional level. So now you have 8 regions. Each region has a managing authority, which is the Regional Development Agency. We are one of the managing authorities, but we are also part of the cross-border programs with Hungary and with Serbia. So basically we can link Interreg funds to cohesion funds. For us, our approach towards Interreg funds is actually to learn the frameworks, to understand the main directions. Also, when it comes to circularity, for example, because we will finance a lot of projects on circularity. What happened here is that back in 2013, my colleagues back then, because I'm actually new to the agency, they create, but somehow I'm related to this moment because back then I was a project officer in a cross-border program in Budapest. So actually I was the one coordinating this project from Budapest, and they came to Budapest, they started this project. It's very simple. In the west region of Romania, you have a lot of multinationals like Continental, Bosch, Siemens, Hella, and so on. Since we are a border region, they came to the region, they basically hired all the brains in the region, and that killed the startup sector, the spin-off sector, the SME sector. So we actually, this is our particular problem, is that we have a lot of multinationals which are sucking up the brains in the region, and there is no incentive for young entrepreneurs to actually start a business. So then back then, my colleagues thought, okay, we have to, since we are an emerging innovation region according to the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, let's do a fair, let's try to bring together the SMEs, but let's try to motivate them. They did a competition. They managed to scale up the event from year to year. And now, actually, this concluded in a complete package of services that my colleagues are offering to SMEs. So, for example, now they are, I just give you 2 examples, they are accelerating some SMEs. One of them wants to sell products based on honey. So this kind of health care products based on honey at international level. And the other SME that we are currently trying to scale up and support, it's about providing nannies in the region, but also to other countries in Europe, because part of the well-being or the mental well-being of parents sometimes is to have some free time, no? So nannies are very important, and it's actually it's very hard to, it's a critical domain because it's not so easy to find nannies that are trustable and that you can entrust your kids with. So this is another SME that we are trying to scale up now and to provide them with support for internationalization. And the other part is the synergies with the EU programs I mentioned earlier, the connection that we make among Interreg and cohesion funds, which are also ERDF funds. So this is what we do in the region, and this is how, let's say, ACSELL connects to our daily work.
Great, thank you so much. Someone else? I remember very good examples here, also from northern Denmark. Mathilde, oh, she hates me now. No, sorry, but we all were really impressed when we went up there to Aalborg and to discuss with the people about their living lab in the general practice, and that was one of those really intensive learnings for our crew, at least, for our delegation. And so I'm happy that Mathilde is with us, and you are happy to share.
Sure. The thing is that I wasn't part of the project when you visited, but I had some paper to tell you about it. So the Living Lab in general practice is located in Sæby, which is north part of Denmark. And this is Living Lab in a general practice is an innovative platform for research, test projects, and improvements to prepare general practice for the future. and benefits both the general practitioners and their patients. So the lab provides this physical test facilities that simulates conditions in general practice clinics, and offers necessary resources to facilitate projects from SMEs and also researchers during the testing phase. And the Living Lab offers the possibility to train junior doctors as well. And it provides evidence that a vibrant environment for research and innovation can also be situated in a rural area. So the challenges such as increasing numbers of patients per general practitioner, implementation of new clinical tasks and technologies, and further demographic developments makes it important to enable general practice to develop and provide general practitioners access to new diagnostics methods and smart solutions. And also difficulties in recruiting new general practitioners is also in these rural areas that we have a lot of in Northern Jutland is also addressed. So providing a living lab in general practice is an approach to make it easier for SMEs to test new technology and researchers to perform this research in a general practice. So the idea is actually to have a living lab close to the GPs. And furthermore, the demographic factors are an overall European concern and take an action to meet the future of workload and to ease the implementation of new clinical tasks and technologies in general practice. It can really benefit general practitioners and their patients. Yeah, so that's what I.
Yeah, no, that's great. And
yeah.
Thank you so much.
I don't hope you have a lot of questions, but I can probably try to answer them instead. Yeah.
No, I think you done really well, and I think that you were able to engage so many GPs into your living lab is so impressive, because I just can talk about the German perspective here, but our experiences with engaging general practitioners in research or all kind of activities is really tough. I mean, in our system, most of them are self-employed, and they are overwhelmed with their everyday workload. Some of them seem to be not the most innovative characters in the world. Yeah, it is quite an interesting population to work with, and so this is why we're really impressed that you've got so many knowledge, and also the sustainability to keep them in the loop. You know, not that they been there for once, but constantly exchanging their knowledge and learnings, and are willing to learn. That's a good one. Any other comments, learnings, GPs you would like to share? If not, maybe we start a radical innovation and take a picture, a group picture, because you are so smiling. Sandra, what do you think? Maybe in front of the GPs, because this is what Interreg Europe is all about, right? Etienne? Yeah. Yeah. So, approved. No, how about just, don't be shy, just, yeah, come and gather around. And Manuel, or, no, Alexander, are you so kind to take a picture? Or Manuel, I don't know. Do you have a machine? Does it? Probably we need to get a little bit closer, or? Yeah. Yeah, you're so professional. I like that. Come on, don't be shy. Everybody. No, you don't have to, if you don't. Yeah. It's people, not posters. You know, that's important. Yeah. Read.
So I think it's about time to start again after a hopefully delicious lunch. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We're now embarking on the second part of this long day of learning and insights from the different regions through this project. So as everybody's slowly coming in and settling in to start again, I would love to announce the next session. And like I said, we're super happy to be able to report about the pilot action that we were able to do within the framework of this project, because like I said, it was just really important to also get into the implementation of the methodology, not just talk about it in an abstract way and say, oh, this is a wonderful approach towards improving solutions and making sure that they, to de-risk, certain health and care solutions getting on the market, but also really to do it, because a lot of the partners in the ACSELL project were also quite interested in learning how to really establish a living lab. How do you do it? And so it was really wonderful to be able to implement it and share this implementation with the rest of the partnership, because we just had 2 regions that did it. And also, like I said, we're awfully privileged to have Joana Pinto here from Clynx, who applied and was able to experience or get the feedback, which wasn't always very easy to get the feedback from the 2 regional pilots that we were able to do. But anyway, thank you so much for coming here, and also Leen Broeckx, who's from LiCalab, who helped us really implement this and provided the guidelines and the support and the help in implementing that in the 2 regions. But anyway, without further ado, let's have you guys tell us about that.
I guess you can hear me now. Hello, everyone. My name is Joana Pinto. I think I'll get outside there, because then otherwise you wouldn't see me. My name is Joana Pinto. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Clynx, and as many of you, I think, don't know Clynx yet, I will take these 10 minutes to present you. So let me start with the question. Do you think you have a busy life? I know you have your professional life, then you also have your personal life. Now imagine you also have to go through a physiotherapy treatment on top of that. The truth is, going through a physiotherapy treatment is very time-consuming sometimes. You need to find somehow time in your schedule to go like 3 times per week to a clinic. And the truth is, clinics and hospitals also feel the negative impact of this, because no therapist likes to wait hours for patients that never arrive, or to feel that patients are not satisfied about their treatment, or to see that they are not evolving in terms of digitalization as many other healthcare fields, as you know. And did you know that 1 in each 3 people in the world should be undergoing a rehabilitation treatment? This was an estimate from the World Health Organization just from last year. And this is not a surprise, because as we all know, we have an aging population, and we as a society have more and more unhealthy lifestyles. So the healthcare entities need to find ways to cope with this increasing demand, and also to increase responsiveness in this field of physiotherapy and rehabilitation. This is why Clynx exists. We provide a digital and gamified approach to physiotherapy to make, on one hand, the treatments more motivating for the patients, but also more digital and more convenient, as they can be used both in the clinics, in the hospitals, but also in the comforts of the patient's home. So how does it work? Firstly, we have a clinical portal, which is where the physiotherapists customize everything about the treatment plan. Then the patient exercises while interacting with video games that are made in a way to make the treatment more fun and motivating and interactive. And we use just one 3D image camera with 3D image technology to track the movements of the patient in real time, so we are able to track the performance and also to make the experience more motivating. And we provide this digital and analytical capacity so that physiotherapists can have access to the information of the performance of the patient, and they can access how they are evolving, progressing over time. This was the solution that we are very proud to test here within the living labs of the ACSELL project. And you now must be wondering, so which kind of clinical applications does the Clynx platform serve? So basically we designed it in a way to be very flexible. So we have libraries for different parts of the body. We have libraries for exercise in the shoulder, knee, hip, general mobility, cognitive training, and others. And the idea is that physiotherapists can pick the exercises within these libraries that make the most sense for each of their patients. And then they customize everything, and we end up with a plan that is personalized for the patient, a very important healthcare trend nowadays. So we have over 50 gamified exercises available. They can be included in these fully customized treatment plans. And so we are able to serve both acute treatments, chronic conditions, and also active aging. This is a very important and growing market, so this is why we also have some competitors in this field. You might know some, but we are different for two main reasons. Firstly, we provide a fully gamified experience for the treatment, and secondly, we provide treatment with no sensors placed on the body, so a much more user-friendly experience. We provide this product to the healthcare entities, basically any care facility that provides physiotherapy care services. They can subscribe to the Clynx platform to use either on their facility or to provide their patients in telerehabilitation. And this platform has been used in over 3,000 physiotherapy sessions so far, mostly in our home market, the Portuguese market, both in clinic and at home. We are very proud to be working with multiple healthcare entities in our market, both in the private but also in the public sector. And we've had some international experiences already. One of them, of course, the ACSELL project, which we are very proud of. We've also been participating in multiple acceleration programs in these markets that are very interesting for us. We've recently had the experience of testing the solution in the Netherlands, in the Dutch market, and we are looking forward to expand here in Central Europe, of course. So feedback from the users, patients report an 80% improvement in their motivation when using our solution, which was the main objective when we started building Clynx. So using the serious games approach to make the treatments more interactive and more enjoyable. And from the physiotherapist's point of view, they are seeing benefits beyond that. Physiotherapists see that patients are becoming more active on their own recovery, which is a very important trend in healthcare as well, so that patients feel more responsible and more empowered in their own healthcare journeys. Of course, we know this kind of platform would be nothing without a very strong clinical and scientific validation. This is why we are also very worried to be partnered with multiple academic entities and be engaged in multiple partnerships and collaborative projects. We've been building our scientific validation as well. Me and Gonçalo are the founding team, making things happen. I focus on business, strategy, growth, financials. Gonçalo is responsible for technology and innovation. And with us, we have a strong team with 8 people working from product to sales and scientific and medical regulation. And we also rely on the support from multiple mentors in the most important fields for this kind of business, of course. And to give you a very brief overview, we started working around 4 or 5 years ago on this idea. Then we started by bootstrapping, using our own resources. Then we started engaging in multiple acceleration programs. We raised our first pre-seed round in 2021. And we are currently fundraising again. Our goal with this small seed round will be to expand Clynx into the Central European market, especially here in Germany. Of course, keep on boosting our scientific validation, upgrading our medical device to a Class 2A, and continuously work on our R&D. We have multiple projects and ambitions. Last but definitely not least, of course, we work every day to have a very successful business in the future, but we also never forget why we started. Clynx exists to make physiotherapy treatments more motivating, more enjoyable, more digital, thinking on our three main stakeholders, the patients, the healthcare professionals, and the clinical administration. So we have a very successful and a very great ambition to have a positive impact on the healthcare quality in these kind of treatments, and also to have a positive impact on climate action and sustainability, because as we all know, with telerehabilitation, we are saving lots of travels and CO2 emissions. So thank you very much. Hope you... Thank you. To make it more clear, we have a very visual product, so I have a video. Okay, so in this video we will see everything from one point to the other from the Clynx platform. So here we are seeing the clinical portal where the physiotherapist starts by creating a profile for their patient, then they customize the treatment. So they go through the libraries of exercises available, they pick the exercises, they customize everything about them, and they end up with an exercise plan that is customized for that particular patient. I apologize because this video is in Portuguese, but actually the Clynx platform is already available in English, German, and Italian, also for this project. Now the patient logs in on the application, which is a normal computer application. They log in, they find the exercises that were selected for them. At the moment, we are just seeing an optional feature where the patient can customize their avatar to feel more connected and related with it. And then the patient does the exercises. In this video, we'll see a couple of the exercises that we have available, starting with some exercises for the shoulder, in this case. So the patient is moving their arm, and their range of motion is being measured by the camera that is up there, the 3D image camera. You can see here the silhouette of the person is being tracked and monitored, so the movement is being evaluated in real time as well. The range of motion of the person is being in real time. This feedback is being given in real time. And we have a set of gamification elements, such as star systems, motivational voices, which we are not here at the moment because I'm speaking. But we have star systems, we have motivational voices, the repetitions count, then the performance bar. Now we are already seeing some examples for the lower limbs. And it's funny because we will talk about it in a minute, but when we did the pilot action 1 year ago, the exercises were not as developed as they are today, of course. There was a great evolvement since then. Now we are seeing some examples from the general mobility library. So we are not focusing anymore on just one shoulder, just one knee, but the patient is doing multiple types of movements. And finally, some examples also for the cognitive training, which is particularly important for the older population. Finally, coming back to the clinical portal, the physiotherapists can have access to the session reports, so they can see all the exercises that were done in each session. They can have access to the analytical data that was collected. They can also have access to the pain and effort that were reported by the patients. So they have access to this information to better assess the patient involvement and adapt their treatments if needed. In the clinical portal, they also have access to these kind of dashboards with general information overview. So all this kind of digitalization and analytical power that we also try to bring to the physiotherapy teams. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, so thank you, Joana. I think now we all have a good idea about the product that we tested out with our two partners in Italy and Germany. So my name is Leen Broeckx. I'm the panel manager of LiCalab. And LiCalab is the Living and Care Lab in Flanders, Belgium. We are a panel-based living lab. That means that we have a panel where we can reach out to join our activities like co-creations, real-life testings. We are a research group embedded in the University of Applied Sciences of Thomas More in Flanders. So, and I would like for 15 minutes give you some learnings of the pilot action that we did with a real use case with Clynx. So the main goal of the whole setup of the pilot action was to transfer our expertise to the ACSELL partners in a real living lab use case. So you see the partners, CEI and the University of Tuebingen, who we worked with. The focus was building on the network, not only the cross-border network, but also within the regions of Germany and Italy to get connected to the stakeholders. Also, the learnings from how to collaborate with an SME. How do you start with that? How do you do the follow-up and also afterwards? And also to transfer some of the methodologies we use, and we picked out two of them. We did co-creation sessions with care professionals and end users, and also the human factor study. That's a specific methodology. It's like a pre-field test. But before starting off with working with an SME, you have to prepare yourself and to think ahead of what the aim is, what the goal is, what is your scope. So there was a lot of preparation before that to define the call, and then the selection procedure, and also then the collaboration afterwards to engage with the SME. So LiCalab provided some formats, some templates to go through this process. And then Clynx was selected, but what's also important is we had like 6 applicants. You need to be transparent and very clear in how do you do the selection procedure. So we had some, here you see some criteria that were very clear for all the SMEs who applied. So that was all in the preparation part. So, but then Clynx was selected, and then we started off with a kickoff, and then we said what we could offer, and we also tried to listen very good to Joana and her team, where the needs were, what they want out of it. So I guess that's a very important thing, very essential to listen to each other, and that we really try to find out where are the needs and how can we offer services that tailor those needs. So we ended up with a co-creation with care professionals and co-creations with end users. Because from a living lab perspective, researchers and end users, if they are care professionals, just older persons, patients, they are equal partners. Also, end users are
co-designers are experts of their daily life, so their input is very valuable. And then we had so we from LiCalab, we made up a scenario. We made it very detailed just to transfer our knowledge as well. And within that scenario, there was already a small demonstration, a small demo on the product of Clynx, where care professionals and end users could give their input on what were the added value that they saw, or what kind of barriers would they have if they would interact with that product. So yeah, you have the preparation, making up the scenario, going through with it, transferring it, then the actual session that they did in Germany and Italy. And then also the analysis, that's something in a cross-border project. It's also essential that you think ahead, think in advance, how to bring all those data together. Here it is also qualitative data. So we made a template, a pre-designed template, where Germany as well as Italy could collect their data in. And then the communication, it was firstly to the company, to Clynx, but also the communication to the regional stakeholders, and of course also the participants who were involved in those sessions, because giving back some of the insights that motivates people to join another activity. So if you're talking about building up a user panel, that's one of the elements to keep them warm and to keep them coming back. So, and then after the co-creation session, but I guess that was the timeline, first co-creation session, then the human factor study, and that's a very logical setup. But due to the pandemic, I guess that we just had to switch, because we couldn't bring people together in one room, and so we had some hassles there. But then, yeah, the human factor study, it's a method we often use. It's more like a pre-field test. You see the definition. So there's an actual interaction of the participant with the product, but it's in a simulated environment. It's not in a real life environment. It's not at people's homes, but it's in a meeting room where you simulate as much as possible the daily environment. And it's also a challenging environment, so you evoke some errors. So you give them some tasks, and through observation you really can see where they hesitate, what goes very smoothly, but where are there some hesitations, where they make some errors, because we can learn a lot of that. Yeah, we also had a publication, it's on our website, on that methodology. So also had a flow of a human factor study, the study design, the preparation, that's key, of course. Then you can run the session itself. The analysis, it's the same with the co-creation. It's based upon observation within a human factor study. So also in the preparatory phase, we really think of a code book. So when we run, when we are running the human factor study, we have the code book already out in the open, transparent, clear. So you really can fill out the code book, and then of course the communication. Perhaps just to pinpoint a bit, Sandra mentioned it already this morning. For the study design, it was a fully written out scenario, very detailed. We made it that detailed because we just wanted to transfer the methodology and to give our German and Italian partners the right tools to do it in a good way. So yeah, we made an instruction video so they could do it on their own. Yeah, we also had a meeting to go through the scenario. And the scenario was set up as follows, so a pre-questionnaire, and then they had to do 3 tasks, really interact with the Clynx application. And the 3 tasks was, the first one was setting up the product and the program, and then they had to perform some exercises, and thirdly they did a bit of consulting on the online platform. And then they ended up with the post-questionnaire. So that's also what we do often, that we mix some methods together in one project. A bit of questionnaire surveys together with some co-creation focus group or other methods. Okay, so that was in a nutshell. So after the pilot action, we gave already back the results at a partner meeting, an ACSELL meeting in Trieste. And the outcome of it was a publication establishing a sustainable living lab, where we also gave back some feedback and learnings on the pilot action, but also on building a sustainable living lab. It's also on our website. You can find it over there. So, but yeah, that's just talking, and yeah, the pilot action, it was all about doing. So I would like to invite Gabriele Mingola from Italy and Sandra Evans from Tuebingen, Germany, and perhaps also Vicky from LiCalab to come forward, and then we can have a little panel discussion, and also Joana, of course. And there's still some time left to have some questions. So let's pick out, yeah, or perhaps we can pick the chairs? Chairs, or just around the table? Would you prefer to stand? Chair. So, are there some microphones available? Some extra microphones? There's some microphones available? Some extra microphones? Yeah. Perhaps, and then I could sit down. More cozy.
Maybe.
So Joana, perhaps the first question for you. How did you experience this cross-border collaboration with the Living Labs? Because I guess Living Labs you were not familiar with the Living Lab activities, I guess. So.
It was...
Yeah, it takes some time, they said.
Yeah. It was very interesting. It was actually our first international experience. So I remember we applied by the end of 21. Mm-hmm. So we already had some validation in Portugal, 1 or 2 clients, and we were seeking to have some experience beyond borders. So I remember we applied with that big intent. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it was our first experience, and I remember that it was, even the learnings were a bit different from the German and the Italian population, and that was also something that we were looking to search about, because we had this idea that, of course, it reveals to be true, that each market, each population has some kind of characteristics that will make them respond differently to the same product. So we were also, that was our greatest intent, was really to try to understand how the idea, the concept would be perceived Secondly, understand the usability and the usefulness as well in these new markets. And third, try to start to get an idea in how we could, in the future, enter these markets.
Yeah, okay. So there were a lot of positive results as outcome, but there were also some minor things or some things that could be improved. How was it as a company to hear all those feedback?
It was a bit challenging. Firstly, as Sandra mentioned in the beginning, for the timing and for the reasons we all know, like we needed to postpone the beginning of the pilot actions for a bit, and I imagine the Italian and German partners had some trouble even in the recruitment processes, because it's always hard to find participants, of course, but especially during the pandemics. So we had these kind of challenges, but of course it was very good because we got some learnings, and some learnings were that the product was not still very user-friendly yet, was the UX could be still improved. Of course, this might sound as negative at the moment, but for us it was the first international living lab experience, so in the end it's very good because it was a way in which it made us learn and it made us improve. So as I was saying during the video, the product was not like this 1 year ago, so these and other learnings that we got from these kind of living labs have been really important in this process of evolving continuously.
Okay, it's nice to hear. So yeah, we have also Gabrielle and Sandra, so we would like to hear your experience. Perhaps ladies first, Gabrielle? Yeah.
Yeah, the experience with the implementation itself, I think, well, you know, for us, somebody, you know, who's trying to establish a living lab and realizes this is a very important methodology and process, it's still so overwhelming not having done this before, you know, and it's so abstract in a way, and it's research in a way. It needs to be systematic, and it can be totally overwhelming, yeah? And so you never know where to start, and how do you get to also a company that wants to do, you know, you have to have first a service that you can offer in order to be able to get some kind of thing. So anyway, so with these, you know, all these different thoughts, you know, this was just also a wonderful opportunity to have the experts show you how it's done, and it's really this whole thing of learning by doing, you know, just do it and go through it and experience it and realize on the one hand, there is a structure, there is a systematic behind it. That's really important because it provides that structure. But on the other, and also being able to understand that systematic and the reasoning behind it, and which makes it much more accessible and not so difficult. Like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's not, you know, a real super difficult. So that's one aspect, and then the next aspect is just realizing that once you finally recruit a couple of people who are willing to participate, which is really also a super great challenge actually, is to really get a group of people to come. It's actually fun to realize that once you do it and you get them engaged, they are really happy to share their criticism, that they don't like something or whatever else. You know, they know what they want and they know what they don't want, and that's just still, you never know how they're going to react, and so that was also really nice to experience that it can be fun and it can be really instructive, and yeah, this learning by doing, I think, was just so important.
Okay. And from the Italian side, Gabriele?
Yes, thank you. So it has already been said, but I believe that one of the core, I will just do one small step back. It was fascinating to learn the methodology and to learn the way to implement these kind of activities. At the same time, we realized that aside from the methodology, the core component is the recruitment of end users. Without that, like, the activity cannot go on, and it's not just very hard to recruit people, it's also difficult to find the right stakeholders for the right tool. This also connects to the solutions you are going to test, because different solutions need different end users depending on what you need to test. Therefore, keeping engaged, having a big enough panel of people to involve, and also keeping them engaged and involved throughout the years, it's such a core and difficult challenge that without this sort of instrument, or this sort, let's call it framework, everything else doesn't go forward, regardless of the technical competences and the methodology you have acquired. So this was a very, very big and important lessons learned from us. However, once you implement everything and once you start the activity, then you realize that people are really willing to provide feedback and to voice their opinion, especially if they are patients or if there are people that are directly affected to this sort of, their life is impacted by this sort of innovative solutions. So it is also fascinating and, let's say, important to engage care beneficiaries in this sort of activity, so that the innovative solutions can really respond to the needs of the beneficiary of care.
Yeah. Okay, and looking back at the two activities, you had the co-creation sessions and then the human factor study. What was more challenging, or what was more fun to do, or what was, how was it? Yeah.
I think it's difficult to say that one was more fun than the other. They're both great fun. No, they are, because they both have their own, I guess, logic behind it, I guess. You know, in the co-creation workshop, where you have a bunch of people that really, in a collective way, think about the product and discuss it. I think that's really enriching and fun to observe, where one says something, it's like, oh yeah, right, and then they add on each other, and this very dynamic building of feedback, I think, is really quite enriching. But on the other hand, what I really also loved about the human factor study is that observing them interact with the product one-on-one, and being part of it, and on the one hand being directly part of it, and on the other hand being a little bit far behind and being able to say, oh, okay, interesting. And it was so fascinating to see how different people reacted differently to the same product, even from the same culture, from the same gender, from whatever, that you have completely different reactions to the different tasks. So that was just really fun. So like I said, I think both of them are really nice, and it's good to also experience them and maybe also understand what could be useful and what kind of aim or what you're trying to find out about a product, and just better understand what methodology works well when. It was nice, so yeah. I like them both.
Yeah. And from your side, Gabriel?
Yeah, thank you. So we'll make just two small considerations. One, on the co-creation sessions, it was kind of important to recognize that in the initial phases of implementing in innovative solutions, there can be some sort of resistance to the solution itself, due mainly to the added work that the solution will require to be implemented, and to, let's say, the additional competences that are required to start implementing the innovative solutions. And this can be already perceived during the co-creation session, when the solution doesn't even exist on the market yet, or it's in the design process, I guess, where you can feel, I don't know, let's say, health workforce, because I think that this this challenge is a challenge also very much related to the healthcare sector, where you have people, healthcare workers that are extraordinarily busy, that already are not recognized enough for everything and they put on the table, and therefore when you present a solution that envisage the possibility of doing additional work, requiring additional competences, there might be some sort of resistance to the solution itself. And this is very important when gathering the feedback. Therefore, you need to apply some sort of filter, if you want, when compiling results. The second part, though, concerning the human factor study, it was, this is a bit, I would say, a lighter comment. When you test people and when you see people trying something and then maybe making mistakes, not being able to access the portal, for example, having problems with credentials and so on and so forth, and then you see them struggle, and then when you read the self-assessment questionnaires and you see answers like, yeah, everything was easy to do, I could do it alone, and then you have seen them struggling there in real life, then you think, okay, it's very important to have a structured methodology and a very, let's say, organized way of gathering data so that you yourself kind of modulate and say, okay, maybe this person wasn't really
what people say and what people do, there's a difference.
Yes, so you really need to pay attention to both the way they do things and what they write in the questionnaires.
Okay.
So small lessons learned.
So Joana, I have also a question for you. Is it something that you take along in further development, like the observation, the questionnaires, the questions we asked in the co-creation session?
Yeah, for sure. Like in the line of what was being said, humans are complex, so it's very hard to just have one source of information and define the whole strategy for a product just based on that. So we really try to get many sources so that we can reason them and like try to understand the big patterns and make moves based on those understandings that we get. But yeah, the learnings that we got here in these pilot actions were very important because some of them were quite structural and like one really basic learning that we got was that like everybody in science knows that when we are testing something in a new country, it's really important to test it in the native language of the population. Yeah. I remember that for some reason, some delay between the parties, we did not, I think for one of the studies we did not in Germany. Here it was not tested in the German language. I think only for the second study we were able to upload the updated version of the software. And these small things, they do have an impact. So that reinforced like this idea that we need to, firstly, of course, have translated versions. For like in another living lab that we had like recently, we also understood that not only we need to have the products in the native languages, but we need to have them in good, with good translation standards, because we, like most of us, most of the people is very, has high standards on, so we need to have this kind of, we need to pay attention to this kind of details. But also we got some other learnings in terms of the technology itself. From the testings that we did, we learned how to make the setting more easy, how to make the own interface more appealing and also more intuitive, which is very important. I think that one other challenge that we had here was the fact that we were not able to test the solution with real patients. So that was a big challenge, I think, one limitation.
Yeah,
study,
so
of course, so we could not...
Because of ethical reasons, we did it with healthy persons.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons we could not just take these learnings and apply them directly, because we are not studying the exact same population, but of course, there were many learnings that we got from either from the general interface and usability questions that we got to learn, or from specific exercises, or from specific steps that need to be taken for the patient for the person to use the platform. So these kind of general learnings, we reflect on them, and we thought about them, and we try to implement them.
Yeah. Okay. So I asked also Vicky to come forward because Vicky is very experienced in the whole selection procedure. I went very quickly through that slide with a lot of words on it. Perhaps you can comment on that a bit, how we did it.
Maybe it's good to also give a comment on what Joana just said, that indeed, in fact, when we have more time, we are quite, let's say, experienced in running these cross-border programs and collaborating with living labs across different countries and regions. But it was time restricted here because the pilot action only lasted for, I think, 5, maximum 6 months. So we had to do our transfer in a fast way. That's why it was a bit restricted here, and what we could offer to the companies. Normally we can offer more, and now it was restricted as well to sessions and to the human factor study, because the human factor study is something, it's controlled, it takes a few days. You can recruit and people can come over, but normally we also do those real-life tests, which can last from weeks until months, and have more specific also applications and products and services to test. So it was indeed a fact that we chose not to do it with real patients, but that it needed to fit because we did not want to apply for a medical ethical approval, which takes time in the different countries. It takes time. So it would have been a benefit for the company for sure if we could have done this. So that's true, and that's part of the selection process, because one of the criteria was no ethical medical approval needs to be done. And the technology readiness level, we set it up to 6 because we knew then that there was already a prototype which is well enough to put in a human factor study for people to interact with. Normally in co-creation session you could do it also at very low TRL levels, so concepts to be very creative and to have really first feedback. So this is a bit of a restriction that we had in our selection procedure. And in fact, you indeed told there were several applicants. Some of those products were also really suitable, but not suitable within the time frame, within the process of the human factor study, not fit to that type of research method. So we also selected, of course, a company and a product that could fit within that idea of the research method,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there was also a smart mattress indeed, yes, with sensor layer in it, and
Okay, so I guess we have some time left for some questions from you. To one of us, or some comments, or some suggestions.
Well, it was actually mostly the last thing, that the test period was so short, and it provides problems in setting it up and finding patients, citizens, whatever. But in real life, perhaps it's a question for you. How long do you have had this going for 5 years or something? But is a test period of 6 months actually long, or is it short in your view?
It really depends on what you're testing. Like, our objective here was not to test the product as a whole. It was really to have a first contact with these new markets. So for that end, it was okay. Of course, if we wanted to, like, if it was really in the beginning of the conception of Clynx and of the platform, and we wanted to have this living lab as a means to decide whether to proceed or not, probably it would not be enough. But it really, I think that's part of the magic of this kind of living labs approach, is that you can really define the methodology that will serve the purpose, that will serve the question that you have in mind in the first place. So for us, the major goal here was really to test this potential internationalization, understand whether the concept would be received similarly to what we had experienced before and validated before in our own market, and starting to get some ideas on the future path. But so with these goals in mind, I think it was enough.
Yeah, another question from Jeanette.
Thank you. It's not really a question. I suppose it's really just to say thank you for developing that paper. We've been using it in our team's been using it in the Murray region, just to share the learning with them. So it's been really useful. So thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? We still have some time. Any other? Ariane?
After this project, what are the next steps? What are you building from this now on?
So the project ended like around 1 year ago. Our first steps then were to improve the solution built on these learnings and from others. So we improved the technology and we improved the way it interacts with the end users. Today, the next steps are to enter here the German market and also have the opportunity to test the solution in other healthcare facilities or other living labs. So we've making this active effort in the last half year to build some connections here, especially in Central Europe. So we've had a pilot action also in the Netherlands, focused on the older population recently. We built a paper and we are trying to disseminate these results also in conferences, of course. And now, for instance, tomorrow I will have the chance also to visit some clinic here close by in German, and we are also looking for partners to test the solution beyond borders after all, because it is ready to be tested in other markets other than Portugal. So those are the next steps. Thank you.
Etienne?
Thanks. And actually a follow-up question, what are the next steps as well for Tuebingen and for Friuli Venezia Giulia? Does it change the way you will accompany SMEs? And how do you see this, what you learned actually, how do you see it changing the way you're gonna work in the future?
It definitely helped to gain confidence, of course, you know, in applying these methodologies, confidence in knowing how to structure, you know, a workshop like that. You know, what's the logic behind, you know, what kind of questions do you ask, and not to be afraid to and it, you know, even though it's a scientific and a very systematic process, and you know, understanding that it is important to you know, record all of the results and everything else, but also it broke down some of these barriers of you know, really having a fear of doing something wrong, you know, because I remember the first time I was like, oh my God, I didn't push the button here or something like that, you know. They're like, it's okay, relax. So you know, it took some of that fear, which was really important, to be able to go out and approach, really, you know, and approach the SMEs with a certain confidence and saying, you know, we can really help you with that, and really also understanding that, you know, you need a minimum of about 8 to 10 people for a co-creation workshop. That works quite well. It's nice to have you know, some half male, half female, and just all of that is really, really useful, and to be able to take those next steps. And yeah, Daniel, if you want to.
Yeah, maybe I can add to this out of the Baden-Württemberg German perspective, because I was also involved, and thanks to that wonderful guidelines and all those explanations that made it so easy for us doing this and conducting the study. And I think another important point is that trans-regional collaboration, because I would think, but maybe Joana can prove me wrong, but it was also important for Clynx the output, to receive the output of that co-creation session regarding market entry and the level of pricing, etc. I mean, this was also an outcome of that meeting. So it was not just the usability and the UX user design and stuff like that. It was also the co-creation session with the healthcare professionals that said, okay, this is useful. I would suggest to enter the market like this, and you have to think about those health insurance companies. There are budget restrictions here, and do this and that. And I think there were a lot of helpful advice by healthcare professionals that we would never be able to provide to this special purpose than the healthcare professional. Which brings me to the real challenge was to involve healthcare professionals in these kind of actions, because so we were really thankful and grateful that the people participated, and hopefully it was for the good for you, because we've learned a lot, definitely, but actually you are the target, so the focus, and hopefully it came out something, and I wish you good luck with market entry in Germany.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. The Friuli Venezia Giulia region is aiming to implement a living lab in the healthcare sector. So we are accompanying them towards this process. We shared the methodology with them. We had 3 days training with ARIA, so the organization that deals with the good practice that we share in the ACSELL project, and we are all looking at the target aim, as well as having better products and helping small, medium enterprises to have more innovative, demand-driven solutions, is really to have innovative solutions that answer the need of the health needs of the population. So as you might remember from the OSAT, we really want a better user engagement, and we might find this, let's call it domain, a bit lacking. So we are really working toward that goal, and really the Living Lab methodology was a perfect step towards achieving this aim. So thank you, everyone. Also, the establishing a sustainable living lab document was shared and highly appreciated. So yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah, if I may just add, also in that sense about, training people, and because also we did, as part of the human factor study, we also not just regular people, but we also included some staff who, who had to not suffer, but to go through the methodology itself, to also experience it and realize what it's like, and that was really quite also important to share it with our colleagues, to learn also directly, learn by doing. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the time. Time's almost up. I don't know if you have any last words that you would like to give back to the public. And otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you, Joana, for being here. And
come up, and from what I understand, also the
It's the final in the end. So yeah, this one is okay.
Oh, I actually had it already on there. So yeah, it's wonderful to have you here and present your insights on successful innovation procurement, because I think that's a topic that's also really quite relevant to really think about, you know, how do you conduct procurement in an innovative way. So we're very much looking forward to hearing your experiences from the Flanders region, and yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I can use this micro, I guess. Yeah. Yes, well, it's not so much about doing procurement in an innovative way, but doing innovation through procurement, I think. But sometimes both come together.
Which, yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Well, I'll start with our main message. Well, we say always innovation, it's not about the procedure. So that's what I already said just. But it's about a lot of other things, and some were already mentioned today. It's about knowing your needs, who are your users, that comes together, of course. Knowing how the market looks like, what are the status in the market, who are the players, what are they doing. Looking at feasibility, both on technical side, but also finances, legal aspects. Also about risks, how are you going to mitigate them, how are you to research them. Making choices. Everyone wants everything, but that's not possible for technical reasons or budget reasons. It's also a lot to do with interaction and cooperation between the market, but also between the users. And balance between quality and price. And then also very important, you need time and a team, resources available. And of course, it's procurement, so you have to meet basic principles of procurement. So be transparent, open to everyone, equal chances to everyone, proportionality and that kind of things. Then also we find it very important to have a good connection with your suppliers, so be nice, and also be clear. And then what we say also, if you go and do innovation, eat in the pudding, so test before you buy big things. Very short on our program. I already gave a presentation in COVID times, but perhaps not everyone was there, or at least will not remember what I said there. So our mission, our goal with our program is to stimulate the public sector in Flanders to innovate to their procurement budget. We have about 3.4 billion euros on procurement budget in Flanders, so if only a fraction will be used for innovation, it can already have a big impact. And our focus is on developing new innovative solutions. It can be very disruptive, but most of it is not so disruptive. It should be new for the organization, and it should have some challenges and knowledge build-up for needed to do it. So newer, better projects, product services, systems can be technological, but a lot of times it's not technological, but it's more in the way you use it or how to do it. Our main goals are the government, so they should innovate and deliver better services or do better things with the money they have. But also the money, of course, comes to the market, and that can also give them access to additional innovation budgets. And of course, we face a lot of challenges in these. A lot of transitions have to come up, societal challenges. They can't be met with old or just incremental technology. How do we do that? We give information and advice to the public sector in Flanders. That's on all levels, so on Flemish government, but also communalities can come to us. And we also give, we select projects, so people can apply for a project, and then we guide those projects towards the innovation procurement, and this will be also financed for 50% for up to 1 million euros. This sounds of a lot of money, but most projects are a bit smaller, but we can have big projects. This is our whole process. I go in detail a bit later and see where our tips are in the different stages. So we start with the idea. You submit a proposal for our call, which is very simple. It's not a really big document, so we invite everyone to participate in the Flanders. And then we focus a lot about the preparation for this procurement. So you need to know what are your needs. Do good analysis on that. What is the market analysis? What is available on the market? What challenges are still there to meet your needs? Mostly we use a consultant to help us with this process, so they have a good methodology to do this. And then if you know everything about that, it comes together and then you can decide on the approach. How are you going to go further? You can do different things. You can, perhaps you have to go step by step, or perhaps it's already on the market, can also be one of the conclusions. Sometimes you can test different things together, or well, anyway, then you know how to proceed. And then if you know that, then you can think about the procedure. So if you know what to do or what you want to do, then you can decide on the how. And then, of course, if you put it on the market, then you select the most suitable candidates, and the tender will be executed. In the end, it's also important for us that there will be some dissemination, so that also other public actors can make use of the result. We have now about 100 projects in our portfolio. That's all on our website. The projects are also in English, so please have a look at that. I'm not going into detail further, but for this meeting, I thought it would be most interesting to take an example of one of our projects within the health sector. And we have a project that was very interesting on incontinence care 2.0. Well, if you work in an elderly home, these people were incontinence banned, and well, it's very disturbing to wake them at night for their personal privacy, and also their sleep is not so good to wake them, but also during the day it has a big impact on their life. Also, it's a cost, of course. It's also a workload for the patients, and also to attract new people to the sector. It's also heavy work. So a lot of reasons to do it a bit more smart. And that's why this project is about. It was with Zorgzaam, which is, they do residential care in Flanders, and they have about 17, I think, locations in Flanders. So when the project was approved, we started, of course, with first steps, so the needs assessment. And here it's very important to identify your users, your stakeholders. And they will be asked for, what do you really want? What should be, which problems should be solved? So what will you want to do for whom? That's the question in your needs assessment. The consultants also paid visits on the work floor to see how it is done now, and what would be the way to go. Also the context, of course, is important. In which system, how does it work? And then if you're going to identify the needs, you have to describe what you want and not prescribe. So you have to describe, I want that it will be more efficient or more comfortable for the patient, but not, I want this and this diaper to buy. So, and also be functional, what you want, and not technical. It's very important, especially in this case, also to engage the users already in early phase and to really focus on their needs. So the caregivers should be really involved, because they have to do it. And especially in this sector, they don't have a lot of time. So yeah, if they're not with it, then the innovation will not be accepted as well. And then, of course, you have to prioritize your use cases. So how does it look like? This is in Dutch, it's not translated, but it says, they have a method for that, and they say, as a caregiver, I want to get a signal if one of the incontinence pens is saturated before it's going to leak. Because then I know when I have to change this incontinence pens, and I don't have to unnecessarily wake up the patient if it's during the night. And so we do it for all stakeholders, but also for the higher level, direction, the nurses, also IT people, of course, who are involved, and also the residents, which is a bit difficult here to investigate, but there are methods to do that, of course. But most of the, besides this usage, you also have the context. These nursery homes, they were already working with two systems. So they were working with a mobile phone and also with a tablet, because the mobile phone was for the call system and on the care file was on this tablet. And of course, they didn't want to walk around with another device, so that's something also had to be taken into account. So when we know the needs, then it's time to go to the market. First, there's a kind of desktop research, what's already available on the market, who's doing it, there's some partial solutions available, perhaps combinations are interesting, so that's also important. And when you put them together, well, this is an overview of how this looks like, you can look at it later. And then we take a lot of importance to an open market consultation. This is a workshop. This project was actually, the market consultation was to be organized in March 2020. And we were used to do this physically in one of the locations. But of course, so it has to be postponed. And it was one of our first online market consultations, which was also interesting. But the big advantage of that was that it was very accessible for international companies. So it also has advantages. These are open workshops. We advertise them very broad, so we try to put them well known in the market through our network, to the internet, to the procurement platforms, and everyone is welcome to join. There's always companies say, oh, we're not going to share our knowledge or our technology, but these consultants have methods to get the right information, and you see when people come together, we ask for the technical people, still knowledge is shared and you can really make good conclusions. The importance is there to validate use cases. Is it possible what they want? Is it possible for a reasonable price? Which development or research is still necessary to do? How mature is the technology already available? Is there a need for cooperation? A lot of things have to be asked there and concluded. And that should give a good idea on what you can do for your tender. So this gives a bit of the innovation potential for the supply side. And then in the end you get something like this, where you have 4 blocks, and when where you can select your most relevant use cases. They have this consultant has a specific methodology where everyone can give points to the importance or the difficulty to the use cases. So you have one X, you have the added value for the end user, and the other the technical risk. And there, of course, is it really, really difficult? It's probably not something you're going to focus on right away. Is there no added value? Of course, you're not going to, or low added value. It's also your first priority. But for this specific project, what did they found? They found that there were solutions on the market, but there was a big question on the real performance of that. So how mature is this technology? What's the real added value? How does it work in the daily process? So that kind of things. And there was also a potential high cost for integration of this in the already existing IT systems. And of course they want to avoid vendor lock-in. So the advice of, that came out of the preparatory phase was to start first small pilots in a real setting, and based on that to procure a final solution. So what needs to be done is to define these design pilots, where you're going to do the testing, with whom, how long, how are you going to evaluate this test. And to do that, it was a bit difficult for Zorgzaam to do all that work, and it was advised to appoint a neutral evaluator to help them, to support them with this kind of process, and then to run parallel pilots in the nursery homes. So there were actually 2 call for tenders, first for the evaluator and then also for the pilots. I'm not going to in all to the details, but it's important that the challenges were described based on functional criteria. They were both technological but not operational, so how does it work in real life, but also on the financial basis. yeah, there were two. They had room for 4 pilots to be executed parallel. In the end, only 2 were selected because the others were not sufficiently good enough. And they did a test in 2 different locations for each week, and there were successive tests, so they could learn from each other as well. And then it appeared that there was a lot of challenges, so it was not so perfect as I sometimes put technology. They presented technology, so there were good pilots because a lot of things went wrong, and they can't learn based on those things. So on the technological side, they saw there was a lot of optimization done on the material, also I think with connectivity and how to deal with the information. And also future challenges were detected. For example, it was more now focused on urine, but also Detect2 had integration in the infrastructure, which was not included in these pilots, but of course should be done when the system will be bought, or at least at the long term. Also on the operational side, these companies got a lot of insights in the daily routines, and they put also a lot of effort in coaching and training of the staff, which was very important as well. And the staff was very enthusiastic, and as I understood, there was a lot of, there was much time was spent by the companies to be on the workflow. And that's very important, because otherwise nurses, they have to deal with it, they can't wait, and then they find workarounds, and that's not something you want, of course. So you want to improve. So that was an important learning as well, that there will be a customer service, and there should be a 24/24 help desk if you roll out such a technology. And then, of course, on the financial, there were, important learnings on the business case. It's less handling and less material, but of course the cost of the technology is a bit more expensive, so it has to be taken in account as well. Something to reflect back on the process of Zorgsam. Zorgsam was first a bit worried that we wouldn't find it very innovative, this proposal, but decided to submit. Fortunately, they did submit, fortunately, because they thought, it's not so challenging. There are already things on the market, but we noticed, and especially it was proven by the pilots, that even if technology is already on the market, sometimes there are very big challenges, and it's not so easy to implement. So we call it incremental innovation, but it's really innovation, and it's important to realize that. What was also different, it's very important, as I said already, and all the other presentations went into this as well. You really need input from end users to go forward with that and test in a real environment. So living labs are good. This is a kind of living lab, of course. And then, co-creation is very important. Talk with the companies, think together on the future, what should be done as well. And then also scale up. We did now the pilot, of course. Now the scale up should be done. They are still exploring the possibilities, how to do that. And now I have a few slides, 3 slides on what's different in our procedure, or what we recommend for people who want to do innovation, but sometimes also for regular procurement to do. Very important is have a possibility to negotiate, because if you want to do something new, mostly the tender, the offer you get is not the optimal offer for what you ask for. Interact with the market at several stages. So in the preparatory phase, but also during the launch of the tender, explain when you launch the tender what you want as well, give the opportunity to ask questions. But also after the offers are submitted, use oral pitches, for example, in the selection phase, if you have a 2-phase step. And also, you have the negotiations as well. Be also very clear what you want, what the steps are, the timelines. That helps as well. If you launch a tender, make it public as much as possible. So distribute so that you get because you never know, there's somebody there you didn't think about, you couldn't find in the beginning. It can always be somebody who has a very good opportunity, so don't be afraid to make it all in the public that you are offering, you're asking for something. Make readable documents. I have to admit, we're not the best example as well, but sometimes, most of the times it's a very long document with a lot of administration, legal burden, and then somewhere in the end, the content of the offer is coming. That's not so SME friendly as well. I think in this procurement it was better, it was on lower amount as well. Use adequate output-based or performance-based specifications. Leave the solution to the market. They have the expertise, and let them be creative with that. Describe or prescribing, we already have it. Explain also the importance of the e-procurement system, because unfortunately we already noticed that some offers couldn't be, have to be refused because they weren't signed on time, for example. And that's a bit of a shame if you have to, if you can't take them into account. And then add a formal checklist, so at least you have all the necessary documents when you start with the evaluation. Also important, every tender is unique. Don't just copy-paste from what you did before. It's already old as well, a lot of things changed, and you have to see what you want now. Avoid also, if you have a two-phase, avoid heavy selection criteria, so you don't get out SMEs who don't have the financial capacity, who has been set to high penalties and fines. If you will do that, consider if it's really necessary and how high it should be. Also important as it's innovation, it's important to give a kind of indication about your budget or the estimation of the value of a contract. At least I think it is, because then the supplier sides also know what is feasible with that range of budget. Otherwise you can get sometimes very different offers. Innovation-friendly criteria as well, that quality, not only price. Also think about life cost if you think about price of the total cost of ownership. And the quality as well, what's important, easy accessible for the end users, also proof for future as well. Also look at, we're still a bit wrestling with that as well, but the price formula can also give sometimes effects which are not so nice if there's a big difference between prices. If you're doing innovation, share the risk of failure, and so also say what your commitment is. And also clarify how you cooperate. If you're doing innovation, you can't just say to the market, just solve it. You really have to be involved and also make the necessary things available. And this is the last part. Of course, give everyone enough time to work on a decent proposal. The language, we advise, if you have an international market, also provide some translation of the documents. Divide it in lots, then you can attract also smaller companies if you have a big offer. It may also help to include already a draft of the contract so that people know when they are selected and they already in the beginning where they sign up for. Be also predictable in your evaluation, so do what you said you were going to do, and be also clear about that. And give also feedback to unsuccessful tenders. That helps as well. Payment modalities can also help for smaller payers to have in-between payments, and I think it's also important to have post-evaluation with your bidders. It's something we do not very regularly, but it can learn a lot for future procurements. So, to conclude, it's not about the procedures, but on all the other things I just explained. So, I hope I made it a bit clear. There's a lot of information on our website on this project, so go ahead, and if you have any questions, you can contact me or my colleagues. It was not me who was involved in this project, but my colleague Anne, who can tell you everything about this project. Questions? Yeah.
that even the hospitals who go into the process, they try to find an innovation that will be suitable for them. Then afterwards, the paying system doesn't work that well. Because an innovation doesn't mean it's going to bring return of investment in the same year. And if they invest in the first year, it's going to, on the paper, look bad for the first year, but then it will, come into the process. And so the return of investment will show after 3-4 years probably. But because the hospitals in Slovenia are ranked every year, they are not going into this procedure because they will be ranked as they are losing the money, and then they won't get as much insurance money. So we have one national insurance company that's covering everything, and now they are stuck. They know the procedure, they know how they would like to do it, but because they are afraid of facing the problems of this long process, they are just not going into it. And I was wondering if you have any similar problems maybe, or that you know of?
No, I haven't
hospitals.
Heard of it. Well, we don't have so many hospitals there, so of yet in our program. But I haven't heard of it. But it's, of course, innovation is an investment on a longer term. And it can fail. It's not, but of course you have to think about your future, your future services and how to deal with future challenges as well. But I don't have an answer on how to solve it. I can ask them, But it's good that your hospitals think about using these procedures. Yeah, there's a lot of potential, I think.
Yeah, thank you. See the slide that you had up that said incremental innovation? That's probably where we are just now, where we're going for high technology readiness levels, but low service readiness, so we have to prove the concept. And did you feel that the Innovation Partnership Procurement was a good vehicle to do that?
So for doing innovation
that
procurement,
project, generally.
But I think also because we didn't use a pre-commercial procurement or innovation partnership, we used a normal procedure for procurement. It's just and I think that's important. You first have to know what you want to do and what innovation you want to reach, and then you search for the most suitable procedure. And a lot of procedures, a lot of projects you can do within a regular procurement procedures. And not as more difficult, or because an innovation partnership or a pre-commercial procurement you do for bigger projects, I would say, because the cost for this project, there was not so much budget, so also the companies put a lot of money, I think, in this testing phase, but of course it delivered them a lot of insights as well.
Right, okay, because we're using dynamic purchasing systems to do innovation just now as well, so I was just wondering if that was fit for purpose, but maybe another conversation.
We can talk about it later. Interesting,
Hi, I just wonder if you've been connected in with the Horizon Europe project called Procure for Health that's being led by the Andalusian Health Ministry.
I know about the project, so we're following it up, but we're not yet formally involved for this project.
Because that's building a community across Europe of innovative procurement representatives. So I'm sure you'd be a fantastic addition to that community if you're not.
Well, we're looking for international cooperation. So.
Well, we're a partner in it, so we'll
We'll
definitely
talk to you later then.
co-opt you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Comments? No, then thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corien, for your presentation about innovative procurement. And without further ado, we've got another presentation by Etienne. And the interesting part is that Etienne was, when I got it right, You were the project officer at the Interreg Europe Secretariat in the beginning of ACSELL.
Exactly, for the first 2 years, up to the pilot action.
And then to the final end, here you are again. So we are very happy to have you with us. Excellent, and we're looking forward to your presentation about insights into Interreg Europe. So you look a little bit into the future as well, and we are ready to learn. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, allow me first to start by saying that I present the apologies of my colleagues, Kristaps and Ilaria, that are usually monitoring this project from the program side, but they could not be here today. So I'm just replacing, but as Daniel was saying, indeed I have a little bit of knowledge and interest in ACSELL, so it's like closing the loop in a way, being at the beginning and at the end as well. So yeah, my name is Etienne Rodzinka. I'm policy officer at the Interreg Europe Joint Secretariat. The presentation today is really the word of the funder at the end of the project, just to give you a couple of insights of what Interreg Europe is about for those in the room that might not be yet fully familiar with it, and explain to you as well the differences that we have now in the new programming period. Then a few words about what we achieved at the program and what you actually, as a project, contributed as well to these achievements and results. And then a few words of the next call for proposals. I could feel really the good vibe between the partners yesterday and today. So if you are thinking of follow-up projects with the same partners as with others, then give you a couple of hints as well of what's coming up for you. So first, for Interreg Europe, Interreg, there's a big family of programs all over Europe, more than 86 programs exactly, with 10 billion ERDF money to be spent in all territories in Europe. Very often people are familiar with the cousins, let's say the cross-border program, which are most of the programs. And we are at the interregional level, so we cover, together with our kind of sibling URBACT, we cover all parts of Europe, and we very much focus on this cooperation between territories that don't have the same border, and it's really talking with the non-usual suspects, so with people and organizations that you are not maybe familiar to work with. The objective, and I think, Sandra, you already said a couple of words about this at the beginning, but the idea very much that is very much different for Interreg Europe is to focus on policies, as you all know, and to make sure that this cooperation that you will have as partners is actually improving regional policies. So it's very much targeted towards policymakers, but we also welcome universities, of course, regional development agencies, chambers of commerce, but the idea is really that this expertise that these organizations have can, at the end of the day, benefit to improve policies in the different territories. There's two main actions, two main pillars that we had in the past that we will continue to have in the coming years. It's projects, and ACSELL is one of them, and also the policy learning platform, and I'm going to say a few words about this a bit later. Just now, actually. There's a couple of slides afterwards as well. For the projects, you know how it worked. You've been part of it. For the policy learning platform, you've been, in a way, as well involved in some of its activities. The idea is really to start from the knowledge accumulated in the project and to make sure that it's also disseminated, not only in the project and in the regions that are part of the project, but also among other projects, because what you learned in ACSELL is actually interesting for other projects that are also dealing with innovation procurement. They're also dealing with innovation in the health sector, or with fab labs or makerspaces. Sometimes there's also things that you can share with them. So the idea is really to share and disseminate even more the knowledge in all EU regions. So now a couple of words about the achievements of the program and how, of course, ACSELL contributed to them. So we had, for the past period, we had 4 calls of project. We spent 322 million euros in 258 projects. It's always a bit overwhelming at the end of the programmation period when you see all these huge numbers of partners and so on. What I'm very proud of is that 90% of the regions in Europe were involved in a way or another in an Interreg Europe project, meaning that we covered almost all parts and all corners of Europe
And I think it's very interesting to see that it's not only some more advanced regions that are benefiting from it or participating in projects, but really all parts of Europe. So we had 258 projects that were very much balanced between the different thematic objectives we had. ACSELL was in SME competitiveness, so with 65 other projects. But as you can see, also on innovation, low carbon economy, and environment and resource efficiency, we also had quite a high number of projects. So on the 66 projects, you can see so many lines, so many people talking to each other everywhere in Europe. We had 9 that were very much addressing innovation capacities of SMEs. And ACSELL tried to have. So here you have the list of the other projects. Again, a lot of good practices that were exchanged in these projects, 140, 41 policy changes that were reported, and with 50 million euros that were eventually influenced thanks to this exchange of good practices that turned into change in policies. A couple of things about ACSELL, and you already said a lot about what you've been doing in the regions, but maybe from our view, from our side, as a funding program, what we think is that first it's very high interest topic for other regions in Europe, so not only for yourself but also for others. The innovation capacities of SMEs is a core element, and with the recent development of the innovation ecosystems, the digital innovation hubs, we can really see that as well the European Commission is really pushing forward this kind of approach, and I think it's even more relevant that you were able to exchange good practices on this topic. Something interesting as well is how you managed to overcome, maybe it was difficult, and I understand that it's not really what we wish for projects, but to overcome the challenges linked to COVID-19, and how you were still able to exchange, to keep contact, and I think it's always nice to see that it's still happening between partners, even though, again, Interreg Europe is really about talking to each other, and even COVID-19 didn't prevent you to talk to each other and learn from each other, so congrats for this as well. What was really interesting as well, and we heard just a couple of minutes ago about the pilot action, I think it's a very interesting way to not only help one specific SME to learn more, but also to help between yourselves as project partners and to learn from each other even a bit more. And I think that's something very interesting, this pilot action. You were saying that you only had, at the end of the day, what, a couple of months, 6 months to implement it, because that's the way it was designed in the past programming period, but I'm glad to say that it's a new thing for the new programming period, so if you want to apply for a new project, now we allow pilot action to start at the very beginning of the project, meaning that you would have 3 years to implement the pilot action, which gives you more time to learn, more time to exchange between partners, and potentially more ambitious pilot action as well. In the achievements as well that we noticed and that Christophe shared with me about ACSELL, there's not yet policy changes, but what I heard today, I think there's going to be more to be reported in the coming months. But a lot of good practices that were exchanged, a lot of people as well that say that their capacity was improved, that they learned something from the project and they will change the way they work in the different organizations. And again, a very inter-regional pilot action that was successfully implemented. I was saying a word on the platform and the policy learning platform, and again on the 14 good practices that you identified, 8 of them were really highlighted by the experts as particularly relevant and very interesting to share and to disseminate outside of the project towards all policymakers in Europe. And again, participation in different thematic events. So thank you as well for not only keeping the knowledge for you, but also being able to share it with others. So all of this that ACSELL has been doing, it actually go in this big river of you know, we have this saying in France, and I guess in a lot of other languages, like the small streams make the big rivers, and this is a perfect example because we have more than 5,000 good practices that are available on our website, a lot of action plans, 22,000 people in Europe from different organizations said that they learned something from an Interreg Europe project. So very happy about this. And we have more than 1,000 policy changes that were reported. So with this leverage effect of 4, meaning that when we invested €1 in one project, well, on average, they said that €4 were changed, improved, the spending was improved in the region. So it's because there's been a new call for projects, because the rules for applying for this call were a bit easier for SMEs, for example. So in a way, it's worth it. A few words now about what's coming up and the opportunities that the program will still have for you in the coming years. So the program still exists. Obviously, we even have a slightly higher budget of €379 million. We just now have a kind of one umbrella priority, which is capacity building, which was basically what we were doing, but now it's just one item. And we have now 29 countries involved. Well, after the Brexit, then we lost our partners from the UK, but all the other countries remain available and eligible for the program. As I was saying, we just have one umbrella priority, but we now cover all 6 topics of the cohesion policy. So Smarter Europe, Greener Europe, which was the vast majority of the projects we had. We're still going to fund this. We're going to fund social as well. We had a lot of projects on tourism, for example. So this is where we expect to spend most of the money. But now we also offer the possibility to work on other topics that were not covered before. On social, that's, for example, employment, labor policies, on citizens involvement in the policy, improved governance as well. These were all things that we're not covering and that we can now cover in the different projects. So in the first call for proposal that we had last year, we had 134 proposals and we approved half of them, which is a high number for Interreg Europe. And as you can see, indeed, we had most of the approved proposals were very much about Smarter Europe, so innovation and SMEs, and Greener Europe, so a lot of things about low-carbon economy. We are currently in the middle of, well, about to end, actually, the second call for proposals. That is going to end the 9th of June. Again, all topics open, so I don't know if you in the room or thinking of submitting an application, so there's still a couple of weeks left to do it, or to refine something, and then there should be normally a third call as well next year. We provide a lot of assistance. Our goal is really that the proposals submitted of good quality, and we have some budget and it's really there to, I mean, we want to spend it. So we try to help you as much as possible to submit good proposals, either before the call. We have, for example, this very easy self-assessment tool where you can, in a couple of questions, you have yes and no, and you can see if the proposal you have is actually relevant for Interreg Europe or not. You can, of course, be connected to the community, submit your ID, get feedback from the different users. And when the call is open, so it's still available now, you can also ask for feedback to me and my colleagues, and in a matter of a week, we can tell you if the project ID you have is good, it's on the right path, if there's something to improve regarding police instruments or the partnership. So to help you as well to have a good proposal at the end of the day. And then, of course, apply. We also have platform services. So the policy learning platform, it's also available for you, whether you're part of a project or not, on 3 levels. The first one is access to knowledge. So there's, as I was saying, a lot of good practices. 3,000 were expert approved. We have a lot of publications, policy briefs, thematic webinars that are organized regularly. So it's really there for you. Then there's also the access to people. There's a lot of practitioners, 8,000 members of the community. So you can, if you're looking for partners, if you want to join another project ID, then it's there as well. And we organize regularly events. And then there's the access to expertise. It's kind of the project in brief. So it's either the matchmaking session or the peer reviews and the policy help desk as well. So the policy help desk is basically writing an email saying, I have a policy challenge in my region. I don't know how to do innovation procurement, for example. How can you help me? And then our experts will answer you by saying, well, there's these policy briefs, there's this new communication from the Commission, there's this and that project that I've been working on this, and try to already provide you in a very short email a couple of ideas to work on. Then the additional thing is a matchmaking session, so it's 2 hours online or on site, where we try to provide some peers as well and some experts to help you answer very quickly some of your challenges. And the peer review is the most tailored service we can offer. It's the experts plus peers from all over Europe coming to your location for 2 days of very intense exchange. So it's a kind of project summarized not in 4 years, but in just 2 days. And after these 2 days, you have a kind of already policy ideas and some ideas to take home and to work on for the coming months and years. In the upcoming activities, there's 2 things maybe that might be interesting for you. There's actually tomorrow, there's a webinar on hackathon and challenge prices. If you cannot attend, no worries, it's going to be recorded. And then there's also a thematic event that we have the 31st of May, 1st of June. It's in Kent, in Belgium. And we have 2 sessions on spaces for entrepreneurs and spaces for innovation, especially with an urban focus. So I think there's a lot of things as well interesting on how to help SMEs and how to help innovators in fab labs, maker spaces, but also non-physical rooms to help them innovate and develop their companies. As always, a lot of things on the website. You can register to our online community and sign up for the newsletter. So I will still be here today, so if you have any questions here or later, or an idea of a project, don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe there are questions. Questions to Etienne? Who made them all happy, and everybody is eager to write a proposal, I guess. So yeah, okay. And we are ready for a break, maybe. So let's grab a coffee and what was timing? I think 3:30, right? 3:30 should be the next and last final session we are approaching. So yeah, get some air, food, chat, whatever. See you soon. Final session.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you're all quiet again. Well behaved. As we did already today, there's a lot talk about living labs. So we talk about living labs, and actually, if we think and reflect, there's not so much action going on regarding living labs. As a matter of fact, there are not so many living labs around in the world that certify themselves to be real living labs. And the next session, we would like to take the chance to reflect a little bit on that. So why do so many struggle? What are about the difficulties and how to support them? So what did we learn and what can we share to support the setup, but also the, let's say, sustainable operation of a living lab? Because the one thing is that you start something, but then the other one is to keep it up and running, right? And so I'm very happy that again I found volunteers that would like to talk together with me about that. And where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Oh no. Okay, she will come. Excellent, so I'll start with someone else. Joana, yeah. Yeah, I knew it. But I saw Gorm. Here you are. Gorm again, yeah. Gorm Simonsen, you met him already. From the region of Northern Denmark, still responsible for innovation in hospitals. I think that's somehow, general innovation, so in the healthcare system. Then we have from Tuebingen, where is he? There, Jan Middendorf. So he's with the excellence strategy team. There he's a coordinator at the University of Tübingen. Welcome, good to have you here. And there she is, again, Joana Pinto. You met her already. Thank you, good to have you here. So we've got 3 perspectives, and we've got another one, a 4th perspective, by a man who's not here. Because he's a busy man. His name is Evdokinos Konstantinidis, and he's the president of ENOL, so the European Network of Living Labs. So first of all, he's a very busy man, and he's a very flexible and agile man, because poor him, we found out last night, more or less, that his schedule, so he's in Barcelona right now, I think due to the weather. There are no other reasons why he's not here. So he's got another meeting in Barcelona. He knew about that, but they had time schedules there that changed, and our technology with hybrid formats is not so well as well. And he was so kind that he's still with us. And since I'm pretty annoying, I asked him to volunteer for some answers. I sent him last night, and so Agile Evdokinos provided us answers. And it's like a DJ. Later on, I push the button, and then hopefully the right answers come to the wrong questions or whatever. Let's see. Okay, so we're all set. Good to have you here, and let's start a chat. And maybe we start with you, Gorm, because we heard a little bit about your experience regarding living labs, and maybe that's a good icebreaker question. So your experience regarding living labs in northern Denmark. I've learned you've got some experience with the GPs, but any else, or what were your experience in setting that up, maybe, as a starter? Oh, do I have to? Sorry, yeah, push the red button really long. Be patient, we learned that already.
Oh, we're on. Now we are on, right? Yeah, well, you sent me the answers also.
No.
No, of course not. But actually, we in North Denmark, in general, we have had a long experience with living labs. So it's if you take the broad issue, so already in 2005, we have a national program on user-driven innovation, where we funded a lot of big projects that took the user perspective, or tried to. So they incorporated that. Also in, I think it was in 12 or something like that, we actually had a ERDF finance project on living labs in northern Denmark, where we went out to different primarily healthcare centers or elderly care centers and tried to see if we could make this concept work out there. And we had a very good project manager, and she was very good at getting the institutions up and running, and saw to that it happened. We had very good case projects out of that. And then we made the reporting, and she got another job, and things changed back to normal. So we have had very much experience with it, and we still think that it is one of the key points in going forward. So actually here, a couple of years ago, we founded an open healthcare innovation platform with the region, all the municipalities, our education institutions, and are planning to onboard the private side also, the companies, etc. So it's slowly going forward, and we have 3 pillars on our innovation platform. And the first is co-creation, and that's much driven by our psychiatric department. Say, we have to put the patients in front, we have to have the patients with it in the design phase, and we have to have the patients saying, what should we procure? So that's totally living lab. Also, we use new technology wherever it's feasible and effective. So perhaps it's not the end user, perhaps it's the network, perhaps it's the relatives, or perhaps it's the health professionals who need new technology to provide better care. So that's the second. And third is the change of culture. And I haven't really heard that in a living lab concept, but I think if you take education, competence development, and this is also something we have to change the culture. That's at least what our municipalities are telling us. If we have to engage our citizens differently, we have to change the culture, we have to re-educate our frontline staff, and a lot of other things. So those are the 3 pillars, and I think they combine very well in a living lab context. So that's where we are.
Excellent. It sounds a lot, and I think they read your guidelines, right, Leen? So they did well so far, I guess. No, and being there in Aalborg and talking to the network, the people working in that environment, we could see and feel that this is really going really well there. Yeah. So some experiences. We heard a lot of positive vibes these days. Today, a lot of, positive reflections on why living labs are needed, but still we see not so many around. So when we talk about Germany, for instance, there are not so many here in the neighborhood. And so I asked the same question to Evdokimos, because as a president of ENOL, at least he should know about the certified living labs at least. And he said, because I asked him, despite the fact that we all talk a lot about the concept of living labs, why are there still only so few real or true living labs in operation? And I think he's got a little different view on that, from what I've understood.
When we come to the question, why are there still only so few real or true living labs in operation? I would say that there are not only few living labs in operation. As I said, we have more than 160, as an all, we have more than 160 active living labs. And by active, I mean that we are in contact with them, we know what they do, and we have evaluated them the last 5 years in most of the cases. But there are, and this is what the NORD tries to do, there are many organizations, many research groups, many research centers, many researchers that work as living labs, but they don't know that they are living labs. Or there was no need up to today to apply to be certified as living lab in order to be recorded as an active living lab. And this is what the NORD does actually. We're working on the certification procedure, and this is something that comes also bottom up, because many of our living labs ask for this certification in order to be distinguished or differentiate from organizations that claim that are living labs, but they are not. So they would like to be differentiated. And also top down by the European Commission to come up with a certification that will allow them to set the criteria for what a living lab is and what a living lab is not, especially when they have to evaluate proposals, tenders or proposals. So I would say there are many, but they haven't been certified yet. But as you've seen, and as I said before, we are a growing network. It means that research groups and living labs have understood the importance of being a certified living lab, and this is why we have many more applications year by year.
Okay, it's almost to have him here, right? No, so obviously he's got a different take on that, so there seem to be a little bit more around than I noticed so far. But still, maybe it's just our perception, but I would like to ask you, with your 3 different perspectives, administration, governments, academia and university, entrepreneur, industry, how can we change it? So what would you actually need? Maybe we start with you, Joana. So what would you need, maybe from governments or support systems in order to make more use of living labs, or this whole, out of your perspective, how could we improve to develop and keep those living labs running?
Yeah. Firstly, I think I agree there are many, but these many are very informal. For instance, we started deploying this kind of living lab approaches even before we know how they were called. Any startup has this kind of methodologies of, the objective is always to diminish the risk of what we are developing. So the way to reduce the risk is to validate every step. And to validate every step, deploying these kind of living labs approaches is a very effective way, because with few resources, in very simple settings, we are able to test different parts of what we want. So the truth is that I was talking with someone before, when we started, we did not just add the idea and then started developing. No, we actually had a set of, I would say, co-design sessions with multidisciplinary teams in the field of physical rehabilitation. And the goal at that point was really to understand how was their daily activities, what would be some potential needs, how they operated. Then as time went by, we started having some thoughts about what the technology could become. And then each step of the way, we were kind of validating, I like to think, in a more effective way. So in cycles of iterations, this kind of lean methodology that is very common in startups, and that could be very useful also for SMEs. In terms of what could be improved, because as I say, I think there are many living labs, but the truth is that we really have to make very big efforts to take advantage of them. For instance, in our case, we were able to get in touch with some innovation departments of healthcare entities, or we had some relations with universities and hospitals from our previous studies, and we were able to, get things going and work together. But the truth is that things are not standardized most of the time, so they are there are not officially living labs set in this kind of infrastructures. So I think that's one of the things that could be improved, is that these could become more well-known practice, and own healthcare entities could be more ready to receive it. So, as well as clinical practices and scientific validation are part of the jobs of the healthcare professionals, this is part, I would say, a bit of scientific research, but also innovation research, I would say. And this is part, we all talk about e-health and the healthcare of the future and of making hospitals more sustainable and all of these kind of things. So we need to bring this to the practice and not just theory. And I think one of the things would be providing these kind of tools also to the healthcare team. So training them so that they are more ready. They have more standardized protocols to incorporate this in the weekly activities, let's say, in a more simple, lean way. Regarding regulation and policy, from a policy standpoint, I think startups, from a startup's point of view, we always have to gain if we make the process more lean and less bureaucratic, less paperwork, fastest, because those are also, like, resources are always scarce in a startup, right? So I think those are the great things that could be done, trying to standardize the process, make them more accessible to all the stakeholders that need to be involved. So they need to be, any healthcare professional should be aware of this kind of living labs approach, and because if they are aware, they will know that it's not so complicated, it's not so time-consuming. And they will be aware that they are part of the innovation that will be part of our future. So it's also a very good advantage. So I think those are the prioritary.
Thank you very much.
Steps.
So make it more accessible. I think we learned that. Then we started as a mission. One of our objectives was to sensitize policymakers, but also SMEs towards those methodologies. And I think when I got you right, so that's very important to just inform, sensitize people. Hey, there are living labs around there. There's something you can access, hopefully, and reduce bureaucracy always helps, I guess. Jan, coming from a university, does it?
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Coming from a university which is not just based here and is really old, we learned that already, but being one of the strongest regarding research in Germany. So what is your take on that? So what do you say regarding the question, what is needed out of a university perspective, being someone working in administration and to support researchers, to get it done?
Well, I would say there are two lines.
Maybe.
Closer? No?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I would say there are two lines. I had the opportunity to coordinate the Civis Open Labs in the first funding phase. And the first thing I would say is it is quite hard to start open or living lab projects. When we had calls, there were not that many applications. So we probably need a cultural change. I think researchers mostly are really engaged into research, obviously. And we all know publish or perish. So we need to convince our researchers that open or living lab approaches can be an opportunity also for their research. Research in general, but we also have to change on an institutional level, because we have to talk about how we evaluate researchers, because at present it's a lot about publishing, and not that much about transfer and outreach and cooperational projects, reaching out into the societies. And there are two lines we have to address. We should also talk about training. We train our students. We also train early career researchers, but I think the living lab approach needs some knowledge, well, you need knowledge to really implement it, to get it done, and we could help our researchers a lot if we offer a little more training. And on the other hand, I think physical places to meet might be quite important. I thought that in different countries of our civis partners, they had places or buildings dedicated to open innovation, user-centered innovation approaches, and that seemed to work quite well, I have to say. I don't know if it's a model for every city or region, that probably also depends. And a third thing is when you have an open lab, you have, or a living lab project, it's about resources. So you need to coordinate all this, and it takes time, much more time than I thought before, because you have so many stakeholders, they have to be informed, you need to constantly involve everyone, because otherwise they just drop out. And finance. So I can just report when Civis 1, the first funding phase, ended, we need something to bridge from one funding phase to the second funding phase, because otherwise it will just break down. So I think this would be something I would recommend to change or to think about when fostering open lab or living lab approaches.
Very good, thank you very much. So innovation needs culture, obviously. It's a new culture, it needs training, qualification. That's important, especially for the senior staff. I think that's since I'm involved in universities as well, I can completely agree with that. Money, we were talking about money, so finance is important, and sustainability means not just money, but also the personnel, the staff, the resources that keep it up and running, right? Gorm, does it sound familiar out of a perspective of a policymaker?
I don't have to add anything. But as I hinted before, it's going from project to operations. So we need to have the living labs as a part of our operations. That is, you have to make space for it. I could refer to 10-Day Wiki, those of you who don't know him, he talk about spaces. Spaces in strategy, spaces in finance, spaces in organization. It's a very nice topic, chart to set up for yourself if you're in corporate innovation. Do we have that? And for our company, I can say not much. So we need to do that, we need to establish that. Also, we need training. We have started what we call a process up in Aalborg University Hospital, training young doctors in innovation, so that they can become innovation ambassadors and think this is actually something that gives us value in our daily operations. So we, of course, we need to invest in it, because we as professionals say we need this and we need it now. So I think that's a movement. I can only agree on the others. Yeah.
Excellent. And thanks to European taxpayers' money, we are gathering around today, and we were able to learn about living labs, exchange good practices, ideas, concepts, and learnings, and so on. And so this brings us to the European level. I mean, we're talking about transregional learnings, and I've asked Evdokimos, out of his perspective, being the president of ENOL, about his opinion on European support schemes supporting this approach, and hopefully I find the right answer. I need to. Okay, I should tell you what I wrote to him and asked him. What is your take on or experience with the existing innovation and research policies in Europe? Do they address the issue of demand-driven innovation and the concept of living labs in a proper way? So that was the question, and hopefully the right answer you will receive in a minute. Oops.
I think that the existing innovation and research policies in Europe address the issue of demand-driven innovation and the concept of living labs in a proper way. What I understood is that the European Commission tries to understand on one hand, which are the needs of researchers or for those implementing innovation, and also what are the different tools and methodologies and what value they can provide, like the living labs. This way we can see living labs in many different calls for tenders, and actually the description of the principles of the living labs are well spotted in there, even mentioning living labs, and in some cases mentioning the European Network of Living Labs as the organization for the living labs. And as I said before, this is why they need also clear criteria for what the living lab is and what the living lab is not, in order to make sure that they take the maximum out of it. I would like also to mention that when the European Innovation Agenda was announced by the Commissioner, Maria Gabriel, where she mentioned living labs as one of the enabling innovation through experimentation spaces and public procurement. This took place, I think, last year, and was the announcement of the new European Innovation Agenda, setting 25 dedicated actions under 5 flagships. And under the enabling innovation through experimentation space and public procurement, living labs were mentioned there, which means that the living labs are well positioned nowadays in the European policies.
Yeah, maybe Gorm, may I ask you to comment on this out of a regional perspective? So how do you maybe also interact with the European funding schemes as a region when it comes to living labs? What is your experience with that?
This one.
It's an easy one.
As I said, we did have a ERDF project early on living labs, so it's not remote for us, and also, as he said, innovative procurement, we heard earlier on, the end users and all the end user or the buy users, whatever we call them, are essential in formulating the good tender, because the good tender is something that will actually be used later on. So obviously in those calls and in that aspect of the European innovation strategy where they talk about procurement, yeah, of course we're into that, and we're actually experimenting with it. We have a big program with our life science industry trying to accelerate what we call the process from idea to solution and scaling. So how do we do that? And of course, if we can have this way of engaging end users into procurement process, that would be very good. But also I'd like to highlight or question actually something else in the new innovation strategy, that is deep tech. So there's a very big focus on deep tech, and as I read it in the European strategy, it's very much focused on science and research. But somewhere it also states it's research and science, really from the laboratories that can change and challenge or solve our societal challenges. And I say that's very good that we have science and technology, but where are the users in that one? And I find that lacking, at least as I see it in those papers I've read about deep tech from the Commission. Whereas I see in other parts of the industry, for instance, in venture environments, they talk about deep tech in a whole different way. They put the consumers, the citizen in front, and then they say, we want to find the optimal technological solutions and bring that out there. So it's another way around, and I don't know how to do it, but I think that's a major push from the Commission to say we want deep tech. We have also what do you call it, a program in Denmark focusing on technology, and I think we sort of lack that, that the Living Lab approach is connected to that.
Mm-hmm. But, no, that's interesting. Maybe I would ask all of you, because that's quite an argument you made. So, your opinion on that? Not everybody at the same time, please. No. No. Do you have opinions regarding European funding and your regional programs stimulating also bringing the people in, or is it just more about technology? So, too complicated? No? Yeah. Oh, is it on? Yeah.
Sorry. I will comment on what you already started regarding the funding and how they are looking. So the venture capitalists, especially in Slovenia, they are looking for the traction and the user experience, because in the last 10 years they put a lot of money on the market and it didn't return, because the whole scene was just listening to the stories, the grand vision, how great it's gonna be, how great the return's gonna be, but they didn't check the facts on the market. So especially not with the more specific niche markets who are more harder to calculate. And we saw that, so we had the discussions with our local VCs that living labs and this kind of approach can really help you to prove it, that it's going into the right direction. And I see that they will try to implement it into their own screening phase, probably Europe as well. I'm not sure, I'm not following so much what they are changing, but I did see the same aspect on the deep tech, just the science, how the more innovative the science was, the better points it get, but they didn't put the numbers, so the KPIs from the market. So envisioned, yes, but not real proof. So that's maybe another Interreg Europe project that we're gonna do.
Yeah, Etienne, you are listening? Yeah, right. Very good, thank you. Yeah, and maybe I would agree to some extent also. With the German perspective, I see there are more and more programs and funding schemes evolving that somehow address living labs, and it's not so technology focused as it used to be. So I completely agree. So the last attempts we had, at least in Germany, was throwing technology to someone and then do an evaluation, and we called it living lab to some extent. And nowadays it's much more about social innovation, it's about co-creation and all this, and you need to show and prove when you write the proposal already. So at least regarding the culture, I could see, or I can at least report for some ministries in Germany that some things have changed. Jan, maybe I ask you again, as someone coming from university, you know, and if you're listening to what we did and do with those living labs and with this Interreg Europe project, so how does it fit those kind of projects, programs, living labs, approaches to the overall strategy, maybe also of the University of Tübingen? So do you have something in mind, or is this a vision and a goal of a it should be, out of my perspective, but is it like this, or maybe you can prove us wrong or right? Or
No, it definitely is. For example, if we take the excellence strategy of the university, it has the motto research, relevance and responsibility, open to new challenges and a global scope of action. And one of our vice rectors added responsiveness to that as well. So from my point of view, it shows that we as a university have to address the existing big challenges in the world, and this also from my view can just be done by, of course, excellent research, but we have to find solution together with societies, the SMEs, also bigger companies, and I think especially living lab approaches, user-centered approaches can really be a good approach to do that. Also, the state, or the question what universities have to produce changed a little bit. I would say the state, who finances us basically, requires us to establish transfer as an equal pillar next to teaching and research. And this as well shows that this is embedded, of course, in our strategies, and therefore the Living Lab approaches work quite well. But this was more a German perspective. If we go on the more international level, talking again about CIVIS, the European University Alliance Tübingen is part of, open lab approaches or living lab approaches have been an integrated part into the first funding phase, and as far as I am informed, also it will be also a big part in the second phase of CIVIS. And when we're talking about research, about connecting the big topics coming up like deep tech, yes, of course, climate change, aging societies, connecting these, the research on that to societal needs or specific societal needs, and open labs, living labs, call it however you want it, are perfect for this, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, especially if you frame or change a little bit innovation policies towards mission-oriented policies, innovation policies, then obviously you have to see the whole picture, right? Yeah.
I think it's about co-creation. It's not that we do not want to have basic research anymore, but it has to be transferred at one point to society to really have an impact. And that on local level, of course, but also on global level.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we talked about the past, we talked about current policies. Maybe we now can look a little bit into the future. Joana, I would start with you, maybe. So it seemed that you were all happy with the pilot action. I say, I got the understanding, yeah, at least. So what do you plan next? So how would you involve Living Lab methodologies in your future work? Do you have a strategy or a plan, or how do you go forward?
Yeah, I think the plan is to be present in more places, to provide digital physiotherapy to anyone, to provide care services in a more accessible way, to make the treatments more enjoyable, because the truth is we are all aging and more people need this kind of rehabilitation treatments. So our goal is in the future to be impacting more and more people in this field, to doing physiotherapy treatments anywhere, either in the clinics or at home or on vacation, but in their own comfort. But sure that they are safe and that they are being monitored and followed up by their healthcare professionals. What was the second question?
Using Living Lab methodologies in your future work, maybe.
A strategy to include these kind of approaches. For sure, it's in the plan because, of course, we want to expand this technology to physical rehabilitation, but there's a wide range of possibilities to expand the product portfolio as well, and we are tackling the physical rehabilitation, but we are also giving some steps towards the active aging and neurological rehabilitation, but we also have respiratory rehabilitation. There's lots of spaces in this medical field, and in the future we also view ourselves tackling these kind of challenges, and for each one of them we want to be partnering with the people that we can do Living Lab approaches with. For instance, at the moment we are focusing a lot on the physical rehabilitation, but we are partners with one university in Lisbon, Technical University, and we are co-supervising one master student that is doing their master thesis in the field of respiratory rehabilitation using physiological signals. So of course here the objective is to use our technology to explore its usability with other sources of information, namely the ECG and respiratory physiological signals. And I could say that we are doing kind of a living lab approach because we partner with one hospital and one team of respiratory rehabilitation team to work with us. So I think the living labs approach is definitely in our roadmap, and we intend to use it to keep on growing in a sustained way.
Great, good to hear. Maybe you can pass it on to Jan. So it's on her roadmap. Is it on the roadmap of the university as well to support living lab activities in the future as well? Also with organizational support, maybe, or yeah?
I would say it is. Or I have to say transfer and outreach and co-creation is. We are more open to the concrete approach, but from my point of view, open labs, living labs are a perfect approach for this. And for the excellence strategy, I can just say there are a lot of opportunities embedded that allow co-creation and also living lab approaches. So as far as I can say, yes.
Good to hear. Clear thumbs up. Gorm, how about you? So out of a managing authority or regional government perspective, is this something still on your agenda? Because you did a lot in the past about living lab support.
I think it is, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
So we have a structural reform coming next year. So who knows what will happen then? But I think no matter what, our municipalities, they are very keen in developing how they can use this living lab methodology. So at any rate, this will be something also for the future.
Okay, and we said we're talking about the future. Maybe to widen the picture a little bit, first of all, maybe are there questions in the audience? Or not? No questions, so you did good. Well, maybe we can broaden the picture a little bit. We were talking about living labs and aspects of innovative capacities and qualifications and like that. And we were talking about the future already. So what are your plans about the future? And now I would take ourselves further into the future, like let's say 10 years from now. So what is your vision about an innovation process in 10 years? So how will innovation processes look like in 10 years? Maybe I start with the entrepreneur. So Schumpeter puts a lot of hope into you guys. So what's your vision about innovation processes in 10 years?
I think in 10 years, the innovation process will take even more into account the observation of the daily activities of the stakeholders. So it will be less and less often, I think, that we'll have an idea and think it's good and then deploy it. I think we'll have the ideas by observing more and more with more data. For example, maybe in an hospital or in a care service, you will notice that many patients are facing some kind of challenge, and then you already know which kind of challenge you will tackle. And then I think this kind of process will be much more within the stakeholders' ecosystem. And I think the own healthcare entities, we are seeing it a lot, will be much more on this side of the process. So I think today, maybe the startups are the ones looking at these challenges and trying to solve them. And I think the healthcare entities are becoming more and will be even more aware and will be the first ones to try to solve this kind of problems. This is why we are seeing increasing open innovation programs as well, because these big infrastructures and care providers will need to tackle with the increase of the demand, and with that, new challenge will come. So I think we'll see an increase of awareness to this, to the importance and to the potential impact of innovation in healthcare. So I think they'll be more part of the process for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. We move on with you. So how do you see the innovation process in 10 years?
I would say from a university perspective, I just hope that open, user-centered transfer approaches like living labs are just a normal part of a scientific life, maybe, like equally to teaching and to doing the fundamental research. That would be, I would say, a good aim. And if we reach it within the next 10 years, it might be a little too positive, but I hope for it.
Good. Corien.
If I look 10 years back, I would say not much have changed in a conservative healthcare system, but innovation process in 10 years, I think you should ask another one, ChatGPT, for that, because I really do not know. All I know is that we're very good at creating problems for ourselves, so there'll be enough dealings for innovative people.
Very good. So enough work for us. That's a good note, yeah. Actually, we could stop with that, but one final round, because I ask also Evdokimos, and since he... Oh, where is it?
Honestly, it's difficult to say how innovation process will look like, or how envisage, or how I would like this to be. So instead of saying what will change or what I believe will change in the 10 years from now, I would like to say what will stay the same. And this is the customer or the end user in the center of the innovation. Some years ago, the innovation was more on the technology, but now as we see, the end user or the customer has been placed in the center of the innovation, and this is gonna stay there forever. At least this is my my guess, because innovation is about creating value for the customer and stay tuned to the needs of the customer. And this is something that it's not gonna change easily. I cannot imagine, the innovation without having as high priority creating value for the customer. And I'm also happy because actually this is what living labs do. They have the actors of the quadruple helix in the center, creating value for them, caring about them. So I hope I know that I didn't answer what I would like the innovation or how I see the innovation process to be in 10 years from now. But I hope that I gave a message on how I would like the innovation to be by having the end user and customer in the center.
Very good, yeah. So the whole day we were talking about living labs, innovation systems, and organizations, and networks, and it was all systemic, and at the very end, and I think Evdokimos also addressed it right now, innovation is made by and for people. So at the very end, it's the people, right? So final question to you as a person, maybe. So when we think we were 10 years from now, you remember, innovation processes are demand-driven, user-driven, etc. So what will be your role then? Maybe we start with Jan. We start with Jan. What will be your role in 10 years?
I always loved this question in job interviews.
See? I knew it.
My personal role, I don't know, I have to say, but I think I will still support the idea of having user-centered innovation because, as you said, it's about the user. It's just innovation when it's used and when it's on the market. Everything else is nice, but maybe just for the patent office. So I hope I will still be in a position where I can support user-centered transfer cooperation.
I'm pretty sure about that. And that's a good university here, so stay, please, yeah? Corien.
Yes. I think that in 10 years' time, I will probably be part of a peer board, giving valuable insights to innovative people. And hopefully also still be a part of the startup environment, because I think there are very many people with very good ideas and competence out there. So that's where I expect to be.
Excellent. And Joana, you're the last but not least.
I hope in 10 years I'll keep on bridging these spheres of technology and healthcare. I want to keep on doing this path. And I hope I will continue to be an entrepreneur and to be part of these kind of people that make things happen, that are not too afraid of the complicated, the complex challenges that come on the way. But above all, I want to be, I want to feel that I'm having some great impact in this field of healthcare.
Excellent. What a final word. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, thank you. You're probably, allowed to take a seat. No. Actually, we look into the future now as well. I think concrete administrative stuff. Katrin, I look at you. So there will be dinner at 7 o'clock. Yeah, 7 p.m. And it's going to be in a Swabian place called, nobody can pronounce it right, besides Katrin probably, I don't know, Muenzgasse, which is on top of the hill, 2 houses away from the castle, right? So the address is Broeckx, what is it? 15 or something. Yeah, we figure it out and tell it later. So for the ones that do not go on a punting boat or follow other people and stroll through the city, you should be there around 7 p.m.-ish, right? Okay, so that's an important note. And also regarding administration, Katrin, yeah. Broeckx, yeah. So the address is Broeckx 18, not 15, 18. And I think there's just 2 more buildings or something like that, so it's really, it's really up the hill. But it's healthy. Okay, with those administrative notes, I would ask the coordinator back on stage, maybe? Sandra, I don't know. What do you think? We should look into the future right now. What did we learn? What shall we do with us?
Take this. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, right. And we want to have a discussion. What now? What's next? You know, this is the second phase where we wanted to implement some action plans. So each region had formulated an action plan or an action for the region, and we all had a common second action where, as a group, as a partnership, we said we want to build some kind of a learning community, because I think throughout the project and throughout the day, I think you also realize that a lot of the regions are very interested in establishing living labs, a living lab type of infrastructure or also capacities to be able to service, to be able to support sustainable and relevant solutions and innovations for society. So this is, of course, something that we wanted to pursue and enable. So we met in Antwerp in November to kind of kick off the second phase of this project, because the first phase is the experience of exchange and the writing of the action plan, and the second phase, which we're just coming now to an end, was the implementation of that action and monitoring and making sure that there is some policy change. And yeah, indeed, we're very happy to hear there is some policy change on the horizon. So that's very exciting, and I was also very happy to hear that. So in Antwerp, we had a workshop, one just to make sure that everybody is online and understanding how we're going to be implementing this. And we also came together to talk about the second common action on how to build this learning community. And so we were thinking and did a lot of wonderful workshops supported by Living Lab friends from LiCalab, who, you know, really in a very methodic manner helped us to be creative and think about how to potentially go about that. What's important for us in our respective regions, and what kind of resources do we have? And really, I said, well, we really do want to continue to work together and to build some kind of a learning community, you know, on how to increase those types of capacities. And the question is, of course, how? How we're going to do that. You know, we had a couple of opportunities with the DHI. They have, through another project, they have a platform through Teams that they've established, and we had a look at it, a tutorial, to see if that's something that we could use to come together and exchange, you know, on that platform and use that potentially. Then we had another tutorial where the West University from Romania also has a very intricate and useful platform to see if that's maybe also something that we could use or adapt. For that. And so in the next step now is really how to, you know, have that come into fruition and how that can, be further established. And of course, during that workshop in Antwerp, you know, we also realized, well, you know, really, what's necessary most of the time with these types of situations are projects. We need further project funding, of course, you know, to be able to take those next steps, because you know, we all know, and it's very busy. We all have lots of things on our desks, and if you don't have that, you know, through some kind of a funding opportunity, the according resources, it's really difficult, you know, to put that into action. So, and I think that's one way, of course, where we're going to keep thinking and talking about further opportunities and what's next. And I think there are also a couple of potential calls on the horizon in Europe that we can maybe you know, engage in and come together. But another, I think, wonderful and exciting opportunity came about, you know, with partners being involved in different networks and projects, is the Vitalize project that LiCalab is a partner of. It's a Horizon 2020 project that's focusing specifically on living labs, and there they have the opportunity to have an exchange, a research visiting opportunity, and this is also something that we learned also with the pilot action, that these types of twinning activities, you know, visiting each other, learning from each other, kind of taking part of, you know, Interreg Europe, but, you know, in a more prolonged period is also super valuable to be able to have, you know, some experience on that. So another funding opportunity we're able to use, you know, and I know already a couple of, I don't know if you guys want to briefly talk about it or say something about the project and the program, and the visitors and the connections that.
And Evdokimos is always also with, yeah. No, I didn't ask him. No, just I didn't want to stress him too much. But yeah, but I know that Evdokimos is also involved in the Vitalize project, right?
Yeah, indeed. The Vitalize project is a Horizon 2020 project which is led by the European Network of Living Labs. So Evdokimos is really also co-coordinating the project. And indeed, there are two things within that project. One is to standardize the living lab procedures, tools, methodologies. So to have a kind like a standard also for other organizations or new organizations to qualify better as a living lab or to understand better. ENOL also wants to use these types of standardization by their selection procedure when you want to be a member of the European network. But then besides that, exchanging these experience amongst each other and also the cross-border and the transnational learnings is indeed an open call for researchers, but also for companies. So it's broader than only research. So research can be within the knowledge institutes, within universities or University of Applied Sciences, but also companies, even local authorities. So having living lab practitioners maybe working on maybe new living labs that can come and visit the partners of Vitalize. So there are, I think, 8, maybe 9, but I think 8 countries that you can visit. There already have been 2 open calls, and there is still a third open call that's still open until the end of May, so you can still apply. And yeah, at this moment, LiCalab has 21 visiting researchers that will come between the period of September and January, February of next year. So that come to work with us. We also have a partner research group at Thomas More University of Applied Sciences, working with specific research infrastructure. So sometimes it's a combination, but some of those researchers really come to collaborate with us to know more about panel management, to know more about the Living Lab methodologies, and yeah, that's how we will collaborate. So still an opportunity for people. In fact, what you said is true. The West University of Timis is visiting us, so that will be, in fact, we have now had one researcher from Stavanger University of Norway, and the second group, they will be with 4, will come from Romania. Then also DHI applied, so they still have to be rewarded, but I think it will be positive, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's a great opportunity, and also there we're with a different type of funding that, you know, this connection here through the Interreg Europe project or an ACSELL, you know, is continuing, you know, it's some kind of sustainability that's being carried on through the project and the connections that were made. So I think that's really great, but I think beyond that, you know, we'll definitely look for other funding opportunities to continue this very fruitful exchange that we did have nonetheless, despite the difficulties through the C word.
No, maybe there are other comments, ideas, plans, then of course we are all happy to hear them, listen to them, and share them. So, but there will be plenty of room either on the punting boat or by walking around, and later on by having dinner, to share future plans.
Yeah, maybe just because you mentioned the DHIs or the DIHs, the Digital Innovation Hubs, which is a really, you know, on a European level, very strategic. And we were also talking about, you know, how we amongst ourselves in the regions have different applications going for the Digital Innovation Hub, and our plan was really also just to infiltrate maybe into the Digital Innovation Hubs this concept of a living lab or the user-centered approach, right? Because that's, you know, they have different, you know, programs and different, you know, opportunities of support and whatnot, but, you know, really also that aspect of collaborative, user-centered and demand-driven approaches seems like a you know, really also necessary additional feature that could be a bit more prominent or also be part of that. So so yeah, we'll keep at it in a way to spread the good word about living labs and the collaboration and yeah, everything else.
Okay.
I think we're all tired. We had a really long day.
Yeah.
With lots of information, lots of good information, I think, lots of interesting insights. And thank you all so much for coming and persevering and staying here the entire day. And all your contributions.
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks for all the contributions. And of course, Roxana, Katrin, Manuel, and Alex, thank you so much, our colleagues. For setting everything up, organizing everything, and all the technical equipment. I mean, you're about to shoot a movie here now with all the equipment, I guess. So yeah, thanks again, and of course, thank you for being here. And I'm looking forward to the punting boat trip.
It seemed to have stopped.
Yeah, it's got to be wet, but not too wet, I guess. And we try to keep on the boat. So maybe the punting. Who signed up for the punting boat experience? Maybe we can gather around real quick here, and we talk about where to meet and etc. And I think you take other pedestrians.
Yes. We'll take a walk through Tuebingen.
Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Excellent. So we're all set, right?
So this is it, yes. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Enjoy.